Chapter 990. Several days later, Feng Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in central continent. A certain fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent Gu immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that Fengyang had brought Feng Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Feng Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level, otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a Gu immortal with such low cultivation level like Feng Yuan? Thus, Feng Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing took care of Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hong? Because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Jioge, according to Feng Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jioge had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Feng Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Jioge died in my previous life, the 100 days battle in this life has not ended yet, anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Jioge's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hong was because I wanted to snatch her dream wings immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the immortal Gu self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a Gu immortal, without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Jioge is still at her peak, she will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, Fengyang said in a low voice. There was no helping it. If Feng Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all mortal Gu masters and could not compete with Feng Yuan. Of course. From this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Feng Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven was right in front of Feng Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed grotto heaven. Feng Yuan stepped into it. The next moment, he was in the fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven. Looking back, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Feng Yuan. These Gu immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it, their cultivation levels were too high, they had countless Dao marks. If they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake. It was influenced by immortal Gu. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal Gu now. I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Feng Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent. The desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Feng Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Feng Yuan flew towards the Dream Realm. He arrived at the Dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 Gu masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this Dream Realm. Feng Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Feng Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hong was prepared and was about to speak. Feng Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hong was taken aback. She did not expect Feng Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal goo. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal goo. Feng Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Kim Hong, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hong had the immortal goo that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence, but she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had a bitter expression. Feng Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path Mortal Goo before, but those were all secret experiments. I plan to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream Goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path Mortal Goo recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path Goo worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings Immortal Goo and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop. It was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the goo recipes of Dream Path Mortal Goo were extremely valuable. Feng Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Kim Hong knew the goo recipes of Dream Path Mortal Goo, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Feng Yuan said, "Then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your Spirit Affinity House. Give me his information. Don't try to fool me with the information on the market." Feng Kim Hong thought, this Feng Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a Mortal Goo Master, I have been in contact with the world of Goo Immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Feng Yuan want Bo Qing's information? He thought again, Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Feng Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Kim Hong nodded in agreement. But Feng Yuan continued, this dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then, I will give you more time according to the quality of the information. Feng Kim Huang's heart sank. She knew that Feng Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had Immortal Goo and a large number of information path Mortal Goo to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Kim Huang's condition. After a while, the two finally came to an agreement. Feng Yuan left the dream realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nethergrass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Feng Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass. Like in his previous life, he released some rockmen to search for valuable goo worms or goo materials in his place. He returned to the dream realm, where Feng Kim Hong could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Feng Yuan looked through it and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many Gu immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life, I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Feng Yuan thought in his heart while commenting. Although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Kim Hong nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dream Wing's immortal Gu, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Feng Kim Hong sighed deeply again. Feng Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly, he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience, he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Feng Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the dream realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. "You are finally here." She looked at Feng Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Feng Yuan's body shook. Chapter 991. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Feng Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known. Thus Feng Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Feng Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. "You are finally here." She spoke slowly. Her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. "Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm?" Feng Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Feng Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Feng Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Feng Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first 2 layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then. He Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Fang Yuan's thoughts. You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song. As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring, and it was pleasant to listen to. Then she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Fang Yuan heard her sing. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only providence is boundless. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Fang Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did star constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fang Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of star constellation Immortal Venerable's song. Only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time, in southern border. Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fang Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now, it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Central Continent's Yu Mu Chun. It was rule path and was called reality. Reality immortal goo was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise. Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal goo, all of them rank 5. They used reality immortal goo. There were also 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended. All of his goo worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge. It completely covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless. It could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul battlefield might only have over 600 goo, including immortal goo. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of goo worms were extremely complex. Thus, Feng Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Li Shan fought against He Tribe's 4 old-timers' Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden in Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden in Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down. It is far superior to Pear Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul Battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Feng Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time path immortal goo. My Star Soul battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Su Baiman at the same time. Feng Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness. According to this time, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Feng Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Feng Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, Feng Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Although Feng Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Su Baiman. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others. and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's shark demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fang Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fang Yuan, their progress in attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biding your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan could be imagined. But Fang Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yu Lu Blessed Land. Chapter 992. The sky was blue, there were only a few clouds. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky. The sea was blue, there were no waves, it was a grand sight. This was the unique sight of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water. It had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small. It was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Budan's private sea area. But Budan had already been chased out. The one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A while ago, Fang Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demoness had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. But there were no movements in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the goo refinement. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was shocked. He had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demoness movements were untraceable. Fang Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fang Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. I am Fang Yuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with bright light. These last days, she had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Lishan had resumed their correspondence, in the letter, Fairy Lishan expressed her understanding for He Lulun. Earlier she was not really refining goo. She only received an information path mortal goo. The goo's message was friend of He Lulun. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness curious and wary. She concealed herself and got close to Fang Yuan to probe him. Fang Yuan did not sense anything. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a strong personality. She immediately accused Fang Yuan of disturbing her goo refinement. She wanted to take the initiative to force him. But she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demoness words made Blazing Heaven Demoness admire Fang Yuan a little more. Fang Yuan nodded. That is me. Saying so, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from Resourceful Star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demoness pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed. This rank 8 attitude goo is really is. Goo Demoness goo, Dao is. Goo. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. Goo and she and was she. Goo. Goo Demoness and Demoness. She had long coveted Yu Lu Blessed Land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had long since learned about Fang Yuan's disguise as the resourceful Star Chen Dao. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demoness. I wonder if you are interested in Yu Lu Blessed Land? Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. What do you think? Fang Yuan smiled and said calmly, if you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. Is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants? Fang Yuan did not deny it. With my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Yu Lu Blessed Land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Su Baiman out. If he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression turned grim. Fang Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation. She finally felt impatient. Words are no proof, she said coldly. Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you? The anger of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not a small matter. The atmosphere became heavy. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience and knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Fang Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body. Immortal Gu auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. A rank 8 great expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Su Baiman. I'm afraid Budan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use Immortal Gu materials to bribe Su Baiman. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the Gu materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He is just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good, since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand, flames rose and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him, because He Lolan's attitude Immortal Gu was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Fang Yuan, was she not afraid that Fang Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly, the flames in front of him disappeared. Fang Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field. They were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field. They had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings. On the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains, and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of Immortal Gu showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an Immortal Gu house. At this moment, many Gu Immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this Immortal Gu house from all directions. There were also some Gu Immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the Immortal Gu house. But no matter which Gu Immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky. It had a grand momentum. It was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 Gu Immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Fang Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Song Chi Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Ruolai. Soon, 3 Gu Immortals acted as representatives, speaking, even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness. But they represented Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for ascending heaven plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, then Ascending Heaven Plane's situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains, you are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Chi Yuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Chi Yuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived. Kai Xiong is willing to explain to you. Kai Xiong had just finished speaking when Ruolai Yi also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the 3 immortals. She did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demoness, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid, she was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. Chapter 993. Wisdom Star. This is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. The Legends of Renzu has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tian Nan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Fang Yuan had good strength, she would trust Fang Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yu Lu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Fang Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demoness would find someone else to help him. As for Fang Yuan, he was useless, he could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star. Why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some ability. Ascending Heaven Plane space path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them, our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Chi Yuan, Kai Xiong, and Ruolai Yi conversed secretly. They watched as Fang Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on Fang Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white, Her immortal light was like snow. She was the pearl of Song clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishe. Wisdom star Qin Dao. At this moment, Song Yishe stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. She had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. He tried all ways to ask for this person's help. Previously, Chen Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves. His progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Chen Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Chen Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome. People will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female Gu Immortal elder of Song clan teased Song Yishe. A blush flashed across Song Yishe's face as she explained. Chen Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect this secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jiadan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Xianxia. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Fang Yuan to act. Song clan's Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song tribe. He was publicly recognized as one of the 3 wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's method. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song clan's Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with different gazes. Fang Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending heaven plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while ascending heaven plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, ascending heaven plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through ascending heaven plane. However, after Renzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even ascending heaven plane was affected. Ascending heaven plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fang Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this moment, he was still 300 steps away from the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the Gu immortal at the end. This Gu immortal came from Rualai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fang Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fang Yuan had to move and stop from time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long, halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Yu Lu blessed land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the Gu immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Qin Dao. Kai Xiong stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered, "How old is he?" At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Rua Lai Gui gritted his teeth. Song Chi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan's Song Jia Dan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yu Lu blessed land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the imperial court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the immortal Gu house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demoness, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness alone was too weak. The space path Dao marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's ability, he could not reach the immortal Gu house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed wisdom path killer moves. The wisdom path killer moves here were not defensive methods like star fog concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hataru. They were used for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation. But he had Wisdom Gu. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Gu, he could use the Light of Wisdom. With just this Light of Wisdom, he could leave countless wisdom path killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The Light of Wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The three super forces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fang Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered to herself. This Fang Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. Even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago. But retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan, these three super forces viewed Ascending Heaven Plane as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demoness barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left early, the three super forces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demoness landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plane with Fang Yuan. In contrast, the three rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Gu Immortals of the four regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment Level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. Chapter 994. East Sea, Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jidan sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of gray stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. He sensed the token of Song Clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan. With a thought from Song Jidan, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later, 2 figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. Clan Uncle Jia Dan. Song Yi-shir shouted from afar. Song Jidan wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end he could not. He could no longer move, and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jidan would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar strait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jidan could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Shir, cousin Xiachi, long time no see." The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jiadan were the Song clan's Song Yi-shir and Song Xiachi. Uncle Jiadan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look. Song Yi-shir first handed the token in her hand to Song Jiadan. After Song Jiadan confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiachi opened his mouth and said, "This time. We're here for the Tian Nan inheritance in the ascending heaven plane." Song Jiadan pondered. There are many chaotic space path Dao marks in ascending heaven plane and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions. He calculated the path in time. But Ruo Lai and Kai clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu Immortals. I believe that with my wisdom path Immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top. Song Yi-shir smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Jiadan, there has been a new change in the ascending heaven plane." Song Yi-shir then explained how the sky-scorching demoness and Fang Yuan had barged into the ascending heaven plane. Song Jiadan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yi-shir and Song Xiaqi's visit and said in realization, "So you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tian Nan's inheritance. Not bad." Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance. He was a good friend of Tai by Yunxing. He was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good. If our Song clan is a step slower and the other 2 clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation. Song Xiachi said, "That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star," continued Song Jinan. Song Yi-shir nodded repeatedly. "I really can't hide anything from you, uncle." "That's right, since we're going to hire Resourceful Star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. If he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face." So this time, I hope Uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu Immortal. Song Jidan lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but this resourceful Star Chindao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon, and was also able to shine in Ascending Heaven Plane. This means that he not only has Wisdom Path attainment level, he also does not lack Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. If I rashly make deductions on such a Wisdom Path expert, it might go against the rules of us Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong Wisdom Path enemy for our clan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan disguised as Xing Xiangzi because he peeked at Song Yishe bathing. Thus, Song Jidan had a reason to appear. In this life, Fang Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior Wisdom Path methods, causing Song Jidan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi looked at each other. The former did not speak, while the latter spoke. Everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, we would like to ask Cousin Jiadan to make a move. Song Jidan nodded. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he was not the decision-maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Jidan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue. I cannot deduce it. What, Uncle? You are one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Qingdao is really so strong in Wisdom Path. He is already on par with Cousin. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi were very shocked. Song Jidan shook his head. The human heart is limited. Providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Qingdao is really amazing. He blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The earth tide has already subsided. There is still a long time before the next earth tide. Song Yishe was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world. It is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7. It is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yishe muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Jidan's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about Ascending Heaven Plane itself. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven. It is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other righteous path superforces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt Ascending Heaven Plane's situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful. Your words make sense. Song Xiaqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishe also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce wise Star Qingdao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan. Song Jidan said confidently. Central Continent. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan willed as he activated an Immortal Killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the starlight fog covered Fang Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fang Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fang Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fang Yuan left Ascending Heaven Plane. After negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the Light of Wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal Gu. One of them was Star Thought Immortal Gu. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal Gu. Star Thought Immortal Gu was still among them. The other was replaced by Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo by Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to Ascending Heaven Plane, the name of Wisdom Star Chen Dao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. At that time, they will deduce me. There will definitely be many Goo Immortals looking for information about Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise oneself, but it cannot deal with deductions. With Star Fog Concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions. It could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo. Even a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then it would collapse. Finally, Star Fog Concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense, as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with star path and wisdom path Dao marks. It is these disorderly Dao marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jia Dan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while. I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal Goo. At the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Su Baiman, but the timing was wrong. She could only go to Northern Plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yu Lu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. She made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yu Lu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment. Earlier, even though Fang Yuan broke through the second layer of the Dream Realm and reached the third layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand it. The third layer of the Dream Realm dissipated naturally. It did not give Fang Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem. Fang Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Su Baimen. Fang Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when Blazing Heaven Demoness attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land. Just like he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yu Lu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal Goo. Don't think about it. This is my gift to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo. But this Star Path Immortal Goo, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical goo. It has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 995. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was focused. He was refining all-out effort goo meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fang Yuan willed as his second vital goo, the rank 5 all-out effort goo, was thrown into the liquid. Rise. Soon after, Fang Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm, his 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move. It was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had exchanged for it from land spirit of Langya. This was a small benefit of joining Langya sect. Of course, it was not free. Fang Yuan had also deduced an immortal goo recipe for land spirit of Langya. It was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at goo immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fang Yuan modified the all-out effort immortal goo recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the goo refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and other orifices. The blood did not stop. It turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fang Yuan threw mortal goo one after another. The blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a goo worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fang Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer. A layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fang Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fang Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Jin Sha had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific goo worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed. Fang Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal goo. But unfortunately, he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fang Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy. The success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fang Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star ice. Fang Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 Immortal Gu Star Eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical Gu. This was an investigative Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this Immortal Gu. Because this Gu's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fang Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains, and other places. Thus, this Gu was ranked 10th. What a pity, if there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's Immortal Gu's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fang Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread. One in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fang Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's Immortal Gu continued to be activated. A mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's Immortal Gu continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue dot in the darkness. Time passed and soon, a night had passed. Fang Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise, I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fang Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fang Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's Immortal Gu. The sky gradually turned white. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted, in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th. The drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 Immortal Gu refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a Grandmaster, and have the Light of Wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves. It has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if Star Eyes and Fixed Immortal Travel are used together. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread out. He could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this. That was why she used Star Eyes Immortal Gu. Undeniably, Fixed Immortal Travel and Star Eyes Immortal Gu were very compatible. In the following days, Fang Yuan tried to refine all-out effort Immortal Gu while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yu Lu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the Immortal Aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fang Yuan used his free time to use Star Eyes Immortal Gu to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fang Yuan cultivated. Northern Plains, Central Continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation had changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the situation that Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yishur, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. But in this life, These lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song clan, Kai clan, and Rualai clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that Blazing Heaven Demonis had brought Feng Yuan to roam around. The three Gu immortals were alerted. When the three clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the three clans would immediately join hands. Feng Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that 100 days battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioge were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu Immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up Gu formations and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Xuesongzi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect's side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jioge. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Feng Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength and without refining all-out effort Gu, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Feng Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced he was already squatting in northern plains, patiently waiting. Chapter 996. Two figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Cheng. Feng Yuan had a thought. His gaze followed the two, but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent Gu Immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan guessed. It seems that even though I purposely kept Xuesongzi, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. So far, only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Cheng managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan kept Xuesongzi, but a mere Xuesongzi did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life? Feng Yuan thought as he chased after them. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped rapidly. His speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came. Today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom! He hit Tai Bai Yunsheng fiercely. The latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake! The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart shook. He is just a rank 6. He actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent in Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low. He could not be of use? Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent Gu Immortals not trust him? This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was an immortal zombie. But his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Bai Yunsheng's arrival. He is only rank 6, I have rank 7 cultivation level, I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Therefore, it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. Take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Bai Yunxing's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the blazing glory lightning brilliance had been careless and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the blazing glory lightning brilliance activated his divination technique, and with a single glance, he found some clues. He sneered and fled. Tai Bai Yunxing's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the blazing glory lightning brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Fang Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the blazing glory lightning brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan arrive, Tai Bai Yunxing's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. Feng Joga! He cried out in shock. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Joga. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu Immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, Fang Yuan would likely win. Ignore He Cheng, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one dark arrow immortal Gu. He is not a threat. And this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation. He was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility. He will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Song Zi in my previous life. Then, even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Fang Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic dual stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness, as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Joga? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baisheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baisheng use the terrain to drag Feng Joga, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baisheng would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Joga and the rest. Why was Feng Joga here now? The possibility was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already found out, Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, They had a thieving heaven-true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Lianyun back. Unless one of Feng Jiuge, Ao Shui, or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly. Thinking about Tai Bai Yunxing's illusion, he became even more suspicious of this Feng Jiuge. Thus, he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Jiuge. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time. With star fog concealment, familiar face's flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Feng Yuan, and Feng Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool, he would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Feng Yuan obtained from his previous life's He Lulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength was scared half to death by Feng Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Feng Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Feng Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Feng Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Feng Yuan had already set up many Gu worms. Half of the Star Soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal Gu, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the Star Soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the Star Soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Feng Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Feng Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense crimson flames surged towards Feng Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. Before the flames even reached him, Feng Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. "Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me." Feng Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jiuge displayed lightning speed, but Feng Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Feng Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body, he was extremely shrewd. Feng Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment he failed. Now, the situation was reversed. It was Feng Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Feng Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Feng Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jiuge. Fang Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. Blazing glory, lightning brilliance, immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. Chapter 997. Seeing that the blazing glory, lightning brilliance, immortal zombie flew away, Fang Yuan relaxed. He immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this goo. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious. Once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path goo immortal, they would be able to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity. I have fixed immortal travel. Many goo immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act. Fang Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory, lightning brilliance, immortal zombie failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a sigh of relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 goo immortal. Actually, Fang Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious. Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel. In this huge world, where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger? Fang Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunxing about the immortal goo house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunxing was not like the reborn Fang Yuan. Only the reborn Fang Yuan knew how deep the waters of the goo immortal world were. Once the truth about 88-point Xiangyang Tower was exposed, the suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Bai Yunxing could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Fang Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88-point Xiangyang Tower, that he had countless immortal goo, as well as giant sun immortals' luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Fang Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan, who possessed giant sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the goo immortal world. But Fang Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Fang Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Fang Yuan. But if he had the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the goo immortal world. Fang Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 goo immortals or super forces with immortal goo houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy, and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Fang Yuan. Thus, there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fang Yuan was silent and consoled. Fang Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals. Can't we enjoy life once in a while? I am enjoying life. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger. Instead, he focused on escaping. Oh, you! Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing. But this goo formation you set up is really good. It is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li. It is the largest goo formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control goo worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the goo worms that make up this goo formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yu Lu Blessed Land too? Fang Yuan nodded but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal goo from Yu Lu Blessed Land, he had also obtained Fairy Yu Lu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fang Yuan designed this extremely large goo formation at the last moment. Fang Yuan said, "So what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Xinyang Tower. It covers the whole of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. Alright, pack up, we are going to chase after He Cheng." Fang Yuan's scheme against the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not succeed. The other party was too astute and calm. But Fang Yuan would not let He Cheng go. Fang Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong to follow He Cheng. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after He Cheng was very smooth. Even though He Cheng had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow Immortal Gu. He had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fang Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time, he did not disguise as Feng Jioga, he disguised as Kanyang Laojun. He Cheng was exhausted from escaping, he fell into the trap. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his Immortal Gu and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful He Cheng was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield. He had no choice but to surrender. Fang Yuan had a thought. He did not take his life, he chose to capture him alive. Just like this, He Cheng became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. He Cheng had great value. At least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But before that, Fang Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on He Cheng. In his previous life, he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fang Yuan doing it himself? Bringing the captive He Cheng, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luo Pa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The aftereffects of using slavery immortal Gu will disappear quickly. My battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fang Yuan had a deep desire for Luo Pa Valley. Back then, he chose to exchange for slavery immortal Gu because of Luo Pa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luo Pa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Cheng, Fang Yuan knew that Xue Songzi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Bai Xing used to bind Feng Jioga's limbs. Right now, Luo Pa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu Immortals. It is not the best time for me to go. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains' situation changed. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Xue who was stealing the Immortal Zombie's body. An intense battle erupted. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was captured. Old ancestor Xue whose matter was exposed. Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Xue whose matter still happened. This made Fang Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, and Fairy Lishan worked together, Fang Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next, he wanted to sell He Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Fang Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demoness, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it, she praised, "This is a great plan, I like it. Old Ancestor Shui, who is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness. He lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Fang Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated for a moment, but considering Fang Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent. He found out that the Central Continent goo immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai by Yunxing and Zhou Zhong. Using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life, after soul-searching Heicheng, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Fang Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that star constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers surge. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 998. Even the person in question, Fang Yuan, did not know why. When star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time, he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's goo immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley? Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many goo formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of goo formations. However, Fang Yuan did not find any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. Firstly, it was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, the information told Fang Yuan that he needed to use open door goo to enter thieving heaven's true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's goo immortals, the only wisdom path goo immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple. I need to check it out myself. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He carefully approached his destination. On the way, He bypassed 4 Gu formations and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's Gu Immortals set up a large number of Gu formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the Gu formations set up by Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals. They were all destroyed by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's Gu Immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended. There was no need to set up any Gu formations. Adding on Fang Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these Gu formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He was not in a hurry to activate Open Door Gu. In the end, he didn't find any clues. It was very safe here. At the very least, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating Open Door Gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used Open Door Gu in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Fang Yuan had always thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Fang Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then, a beam of light shone on Fang Yuan, who was ready for battle. Fang Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered, and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. Winds of assimilation, he exclaimed. His gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court-blessed land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the true inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Fang Yuan calmed down and started to observe this true inheritance space. To think that there is a space here. Is that strange information real? Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was still suspicious of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this true inheritance space. Instead, he concentrated on Closed Door Gu. If Open Door Gu can enter, then Closed Door Gu can Closed Door Gu? Fang Yuan activated Closed Door Gu. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He activated Open Door Gu again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal Gu, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Fang Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the true inheritance. Fang Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated completely. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, "Unbelievable! These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this true inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Gu Immortal who set this up is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert." Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan was not careless. Every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use open door goo and closed door goo to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Feng Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Feng Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Feng Yuan looked at it and found. This tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Feng Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Feng Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air. Wearing a red and white robe, he let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. Feng Jioge! Feng Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioge reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Feng Yuan's body, Feng Jioge turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Feng Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Feng Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door goo. As the light door closed, Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Bai Sheng, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Feng Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal goo floating in front of Feng Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Jioge. After Feng Yuan picked it up, after finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Feng Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today. I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan touched this letter goo. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter goo into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Feng Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jiesun. People call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called ghostly concealment. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Feng Yuan ignored this gray light. He activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe. He does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid it is true. Feng Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioge did not attack Feng Yuan directly. It might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Feng Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Feng Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Jioge, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Fang Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the thieving heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge might have already left Luopa Valley. Now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to act. Chapter 999. Hui Fengzi was shocked and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, he was forced by the situation. But since he had joined a Central Continent force, he could only work for Central Continent for the time being. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals placed him here and ordered him to guard Luopa Valley, they had naturally arranged many methods on him. Hui Fengzi was controlled by others. For his own safety, he had to stand up and stop Fang Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Fang Yuan, the furious Hui Fengzi's body shook as he shouted in fear, "Feng Jioge!" Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly with a plain expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Thus, they had to arrange some backup plans in Northern Plains. As astute as Fang Yuan was, how could he not consider this? Therefore, before he collected Luopa Valley, he changed into Feng Jioge's appearance. So the Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged for Hui Fengzi to stay here. It seems that Central Continent's methods are not bad. They made this Northern Plains' fastest person go against his will to protect Central Continent's benefits. Furthermore, looking at his expression, did he not see Feng Jioge leave earlier? Is Feng Jioge still in this valley? No, that is not possible. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals have already broken out. Feng Jioge knows this is a dangerous place. His injuries are extremely severe. Even though he wants to repay me for saving his life, he is indeed in a hurry to escape. In the true inheritance space, he did not even say a word to me. One must be vigilant against others. Feng Jioge's decision was very wise. After all, Fang Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, when Zhao Lianyun appeared, Feng Jioge took the initiative to instruct. In this life, when it was Fang Yuan's turn, Feng Jioge kept quiet. Needless to say, if Fang Yuan knew of Feng Jioge's existence, he would have attacked. Even if they killed one Feng Jioge, they would not be able to obtain his immortal Gu. Obtaining his soul and searching his soul was also a great fortune. Furthermore, if they captured Feng Jioge alive, be it extorting Spirit Affinity House, or Feng Jioge's enemies, it would be a huge deal. Feng Jioge's injuries are extremely serious. He was deeply vigilant. He didn't say a word to me. Perhaps after leaving Luopa Valley, he had also discovered Hui Fengzi, but he did not greet him. Firstly, he didn't know that Hui Fengzi had surrendered. Secondly, even if he knew that Hui Fengzi had surrendered to Zhongzhou State, he was still afraid of internal strife among the 10 ancient sections. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. And Feng Jioge's current state. We can no longer take the risk. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. In the short span of a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's true. Hui Fengzi secretly used some methods. After verifying the authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge was the leader of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. If he took Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi would have no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jioge. Hui Fengzi obediently flew over and bowed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. I understand what happened. I have already understood it. Protect me. Do not disturb me when taking Luopa Valley. It was a short sentence, not much was said. But he had already explained some problems in advance, to prevent Hui Fengzi from having more suspicions. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly nodded. Like this, under Hui Fengzi's loyal protection, Fang Yuan successfully took Luopa Valley. This is Luopa Valley. Even though it has been taken, there are still many blessed lands left. You will continue to guard this place. Do not make any mistakes. Before leaving, Fang Yuan told Hui Fengzi solemnly. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything. He quickly acknowledged. Fang Yuan slowly flew away from this place. Since Feng Jioge has already escaped, It means that Qin Baisheng has already been defeated. Hui Fengzi looked at Feng Jiuji's back and sighed in his heart at Feng Jiuji's strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised at this result. After all, he knew that Qin Baisheng was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. There is internal competition. Feng Jioge is only a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I need to spread this information to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. He quickly used his information path method. Prince's impatience soon received his message. Feng Jioge is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience could not contain his joy. He laughed heartily. Furthermore, after Fang Yuan left Hui Fengzi, he flew quickly and met up with Tai Bai Yunxing and the featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong after he was relatively safe. These two had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to stay far away. They were prepared for emergencies. At the same time, he had been communicating with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If there was any danger, he would inform them. Adding on the relationship between He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared, Fang Yuan could barely deal with them. Of course, the current situation could not be any better. Fang Yuan alone successfully took Luopa Valley. And He Lulan was not like in his previous life. She did not have He Cheng's soul. She could not know of Luopa Valley's existence. Fang Yuan planned to get rich silently. He would not tell them about Luopa Valley's matter. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering attitude, she would definitely demand something from Luopa Valley. Even if I want to use Luopa Valley to transact with them in the future, that will be when my soul attains great completion. Fang Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land. He placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan often went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She wanted to use Strength Qi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men refine Air Sac Gu. Thus, it was not wise to place Luopa Valley in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter of Luopa Valley came to an end, but Fang Yuan's mental state was still unsettled. Luopa Valley's gains far surpassed his expectations, but the process was far beyond Fang Yuan's control of the situation. He lost control of the situation. Fang Yuan hated this feeling. He felt waves of unease. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Fang Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan inspected his body. He found that his soul was wrapped in a layer of Dao marks. But what was the true use of ghostly concealment? Fang Yuan still had not figured it out. Fortunately, he had already joined Langya sect. Thus, Fang Yuan personally went to Langya Blessed Land to ask about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Land Spirit of Langya did not conceal anything. He did not make any requests. He told Fang Yuan a lot of information. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has many inheritances, but there are only 10 true inheritances. The inheritance you obtained earlier made me promise to refine Gu 3 times. These are not true inheritances. Every Thieving Heaven true inheritance. They are all peerless treasures. They are the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Even chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven if they obtain them. But there is only one standard for every true inheritance. That is, the inheritor must be an otherworldly demon. According to rumors, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has 2 defensive killer moves called Divine Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment is to block all deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it has always been very mysterious. I do not know much about it. It seems to be related to the soul. You are suddenly interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? Did you obtain some clues about Thieving Heaven true inheritances? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You guessed right. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Land Spirit of Langya side. If I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise. It would no longer be harassed by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It is a pity that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable arranged 10 true inheritances in the past. They are extremely secretive. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining his true inheritance. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are a pair. Inheriting one of them will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain divine concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the second supreme elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will only be below me, you will have great authority. Furthermore, you can also obtain a rank 7 immortal goo from my treasury for free. No, at least 2 rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan nodded. The change in land spirit of Langya's nature was indeed very beneficial to him. At least, if it was the previous land spirit of Langya, with his conservative nature, he would not have promised Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I obtain divine concealment, it will be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Wasn't it because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is countless times more precious than 2 rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with joy. Land spirit of Langya had an awkward expression before laughing, resolving the awkwardness. You are right. Actually, I have not finished speaking. Not only are there 2 rank 7 immortal goo, there are also countless immortal goo recipes and even immortal killer moves, all sorts of secrets, inheritance clues and so on. You can check them all. How is it? Is this reward enough? That's more like it. When I obtain divine concealment, I will return. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted. He did not linger in Langya blessed land. He turned around and left. Langya land spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Fang Yuan's back, muttering, "This guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain divine concealment, what do I have to worry about? But even if he becomes the second supreme elder, the other hairy man goo immortals will only listen to me. What? I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again." Land spirit of Langya covered his mouth, looking at Fang Yuan anxiously. Fang Yuan was already used to this. He laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization, he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langya sect, with such a leader, it was simply too easy. "I heard everything you said," Wang Yao said. Fang Yuan waved his hand at land spirit of Langya without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya blessed land. Land spirit of Langya was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, "Damn it! Damn it!" After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. "I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance." Earlier, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words seemed to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of open door goo and closed door goo were so easily obtained. But after I obtained ghostly concealment, there are no clues of divine concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else? Chapter 1000. Fang Yuan still had many questions. He consulted the land spirit of Langya, but it did not give him the answer he wanted. As for ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan still did not have any concrete clues. Up till now, he only knew that ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Concealment of God is already so extraordinary. The ghostly concealment that is on par with it shouldn't be too far off. Actually, compared to ghostly concealment, I'm more concerned about that song. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The poem that star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the dream realm was very strange. Logically speaking, the poem originated from a dream and should have nothing to do with reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this poem had a great practical meaning. It was almost a prophetic poem. Speaking of predictions, This has always been the forte of wisdom path great experts. For example, Immortal Yen prophesied about the three venerables. Is this a prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in wisdom path. After her death, she left behind a method to scheme against 3 demon venerables and protect celestial court. Such dazzling battle achievements made her position in wisdom path as firm as a mountain, and future generations could only look up to her. Her dream was special, and it was not surprising that it had the function of prophecy. Moreover, although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, at that time, the dream path was developing rapidly and was in full swing. There were countless dream realms that had yet to be fully explored. It wasn't strange that Fang Yuan didn't know about such a special dream. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. Life is full of misfortunes. The first line of this poem should be talking about Luopa Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance and Feng Jioga. What's the second sentence? Broken swords sink into the sand, rise and fall through the ages. The endless heavenly river surges. Fang Yuan murmured. Heavenly river? Falling heavenly river? Broken sword sinks into sand. Are you talking about the #1 swordsman, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he lost his life to the calamity. When he rose, the 5 regions all had their eyes on him. When he was defeated, there was no corpse left, and the light dissipated. It can be said to be the rise and fall of thousands of years. After experiencing Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had already memorized the entire poem. The more he calculated, the more he felt. The second line of the poem was related to sword immortal Bo Qing. Combined with the memories of his past life, Fang Yuan's determination to explore the falling sky river became even firmer. He had always wanted to go. Even though it was dangerous, the corpses of the ancient and primordial level wild beasts and desolate plants at the source of the falling heavenly river were all excellent immortal ingredients. Even though it could not compare to the rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench, it was still not enough. But the amount of immortal materials was extremely huge, and the total value was even higher than what Fang Yuan had gained in the Earth Trench. Even though he had fallen to the bottom of the heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals died. But at the initial stage of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal made a huge profit. It was a huge windfall. It seems that immortal zombie Bo Qing's appearance has great value. However, now was not the best time to explore. Firstly, there is no pattern when the sword lights erupt. Just a graze and you will be injured. It is too dangerous. Secondly, there are countless ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants living at the bottom of falling heavenly river. There are turbulent undercurrents and whirlpools everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. Even though Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Familiar Face, this move had its limits. Fang Yuan could only transform into a human form at the moment. He could not transform into beasts or other species. The original version of Familiar Face could change anything. But because Fang Yuan had not refined Change Form Immortal Gu. Change Form Immortal Gu was the core of Familiar Face. Once he had Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could transform into other species and break away from the shackles of only being able to disguise as a human. But even with Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could not enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, there were countless dangerous natural traps in falling heavenly river that could take Fang Yuan's life. Only when Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting would falling heavenly river be cleansed by the sword lights, the beasts and plants would be cleared, and the natural traps would also be destroyed. This was the best chance to enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. For the time being, Fang Yuan could only wait. There was no better way. Back to Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's Impatience was one of the peak existences in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But his true identity was a central continent spy arranged by Spirit Affinity House for many years. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. He ascended to Gu Immortal along the way, becoming a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, it was because of Spirit Affinity House's support. On the other hand, it was his own hard work and talent that allowed him to reach his current level. Prince's impatience was loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He was clear about Feng Jioga's strategic importance to Spirit Affinity House. During the period when Feng Jioga was missing, he had been extremely worried. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned that Feng Jioga had appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not know that the Feng Jioga in this message was Feng Yuan in disguise. He waited for a few days but did not see Feng Jioga. I am Spirit Affinity House's leader in Northern Plains. Since Feng Jioga has escaped, why didn't he come to find me? Did he encounter some strong enemy or trouble? Prince's impatience knew about Feng Jioga's battle strength, but he also knew about the intense battle between Feng Jioga and Qin Baisheng. Feng Jioga had been trapped for so long, and only now did he appear. This information itself hinted at Feng Jioga's sorry state. But since Feng Jioga has escaped, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? Right now, the other Central Continent Gu Immortals have already returned. If he wants to return to Central Continent, he might not be able to do it alone. He needs to borrow my strength. Does he not trust me? Prince's impatience was puzzled when he received a letter from Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The letter stated that several days ago, Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment, and also learned that ghostly concealment was the thieving heaven true inheritance in Luopa Valley. Since Prince's impatience could become rank 8, he was naturally a perceptive person. After receiving the letter, he suddenly understood. So that's it. He heaved a long sigh. A world with people. There would be conflicts. No matter how united an organization was, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioga had been domineering for too long. He had definitely caused dissatisfaction among Spirit Affinity House's internal forces. This dissatisfaction erupted when Feng Jioga went missing. Just by looking at the date when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince's impatience knew that someone was intentionally stalling for time. He immediately understood Feng Jioga's plan. It seems that Feng Jioga is restraining himself. He wants to see who in the sect is plotting against him. Or perhaps, he has already seen through them, but he could not find an excuse to suppress them. He wants to use this chance to grab hold of their weakness. He will send these people into the abyss. Thus, there's no way Feng Jioga would come to me so soon. Because he knows that he cannot influence me, I will immediately send this news back to the sect. But I am the safest here. I am the force he needs to rely on to return to Central Continent. He was not a man without wisdom, but a hero with a strategy. Outside there is Shadow Sect. Inside, there is internal strife. He is likely to be injured. Even if he does not come here, he will definitely get close to me. If anything happens, he will be able to ask for help from me in time. Thus, if I search, I should first search the surroundings. Thinking of this, Prince's impatience's eyes flickered with bright light. He immediately moved. When a rank 8 Gu impatience searched with all his might, the results were extraordinary. Soon, Prince's impatience found Feng Jioga. Ha, Brother Jioga, you made me search for so long. You made me look for you for a long time. He was extremely happy as he patted Feng Jioji's shoulder and laughed loudly. I hope Brother Crown Prince will not blame me. Feng Jioga's expression was still pale. I understand. Prince's impatience nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place to recuperate. This Feng Jioga was naturally not Feng Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and talked. They knew that someone else was involved in the matter of Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience was slightly angry. Hui Fengzi did not do his job well. He should be punished. As for the Gu Immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's image flashed in Feng Jioga's mind. He did not speak. Prince's impatience continued. When I saw you, I sent a message back to the sect. The fact that you came back alive is the best news I've ever received. I can't let my sister-in-law and niece wait for me in sorrow. When you recover, I will hold a celebration banquet for you for 7 days and 7 nights before arranging for your return to Central Continent. At that time, we will drink to our heart's content. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. He knew what Prince's impatience meant. To Prince's impatience, he was in Central Continent, he was half an outsider, he had to consider the rise and fall of the sect and its benefits. Feng Jioge wanted to suppress the other Gu immortals in other sects. If it was too intense, it would cause internal friction in the sect. Prince's impatience did not want to see this. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jioge's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Crown Prince is truly considerate. Feng Jioge cupped his fists, his words were very subtle. Hearing this reply, Prince's impatience laughed even more happily. When the news spread to Spirit Affinity House, the higher-ups cheered. Feng Jioge's disappearance gave these Gu immortals a lot of mental pressure. When Feng Jioge was around, they had subconsciously neglected his importance. This time, his disappearance made Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals realize the importance of Feng Jioge to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong stopped crying and smiled. Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile on her face. Some were happy, while others were sad. Feng Jioge did not die? We will not have a good time in the following days. Su Hao and Li Juning had heavy moods. They purposely delayed and did not report the news of Zhao Lianyun, although it was not obvious, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Even if Feng Jioge could not find any evidence against them, when he returns, he would definitely be dissatisfied with Su Hao and Li Juning. It was natural for him to suppress them. Feng Jioge's news was sent to Spirit Affinity House in advance. There was naturally no higher-ups meeting. There was also no Fairy Bai Qing investigating Bo Qing. However, the matter of Bo Qing's immortal zombie reappearing still happened unstoppably. Swords traverse Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked mortals and immortals. When the sword lights calmed down, countless Gu immortals started to rush to the source of falling heavenly river. But before them, Feng Yuan had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Chapter 1001. This is the immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull? Feng Yuan looked at falling heavenly river. A sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly went over and used his methods to fish up this bullhead. Immemorial desolate beasts were powerful lifeforms that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. Myriad eyes clear bull had a huge body. Just this bullhead was the size of a hill. And it was very heavy. Feng Yuan had pulled out Luopa Valley before, but just this bullhead was heavier than Luopa Valley. Most of this bullhead's weight is on the bull's horns. Amazing, this bull horn was cut off by the sword light, only half is left, but it is still so heavy. Feng Yuan was inwardly tongue-tied. This bull horn was a rank 8 immortal material. It was filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And this bull skin was very rare, it had a lot of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only had the bull's head part of the hide. If it was the bull's myriad eyes striped hide, not only would it have water path Dao marks, it would also have light path Dao marks. It would be great for making investigative immortal Gu. However, the pair of eyes on the bull's head was where the essence of the 1,000 eyes clear bull lay. This bull's eyes were dark and deep, they had a lot of dark path Dao marks. When Feng Yuan obtained it, there were still many wild dark path mortal Gu inside. Most of them were rank 5, they had not escaped yet. The eyes of the 10,000 eyes bright bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The myriad eyes clear bull's true organs for seeing were the eye patterns on its thick bull skin. This was very mystical. For a rank 8 life form like this, the Dao marks on its body had formed a mystical life instinct. For example, the 10,000 Li mouth boa was also an immemorial desolate beast. It had the powerful ability to regrow broken limbs. And what gave it this ability were the mystical Dao marks on its body. Only by destroying these Dao marks could it truly kill the 10,000 Li mouth boa. But the 10,000 Li mouth boa was a life form that lived in the depths of earth trenches or earth abyss. It did not exist in falling heavenly river. The life forms in falling heavenly river mainly used water path, with earth path, metal path, wind path, light path, and dark path as supplementary paths. There were very few fire path life forms. This is the right arm of the ancient desolate beast Icefall divine ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snowmud crocodile. What is this? Whatever, I'll put it away first. Feng Yuan was prepared for this and quickly plundered everything. These were all broken limbs and body parts. There were some that Feng Yuan could recognize, and some that he couldn't. There were many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. There were only a few primordial beasts. But this was a rank 8 immortal material. It was also extremely valuable. Every time Feng Yuan made a discovery, he could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Good heavens! This looks like a life and death Kunpeng, Feng Yuan exclaimed. When he was about to collect all the immortal materials floating on the river, he found the 19th rank 8 immortal material. It was a gray fish the size of a ship. It does not have fins, but in the fin area, there were Daoist markings of feathers and wings. Life and Death Kunpeng is a rule path immemorial desolate beast. It is extremely special. Its body was filled with life and death Dao marks, and it had 2 life forms. One was a fish, the other was a bird. As a fish, it lived for 8,000 years. After dying, it turned into a bird and lived for another 8,000 years before truly dying. This life and death Kunpeng looks like it is about to turn into a bird. It is probably over 7,000 years old. Feng Yuan sighed. Even though humans were the spirit of all living beings, their lifespan was very short. Especially immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the plants and trees. The most famous example was Northern Plains Kumu Mountain. It was not a mountain, but an old earth tree. This tree had over 1 million years of history. It was extremely huge, that was why it was called a mountain. Compared to it, even primordial origin Immortal Venerable who had the longest lifespan was only 25,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable who had the shortest lifespan was only 3,000 years. He was not even a fraction of the old earth tree's age. This life and death Kunpeng. Its corpse was relatively intact, only the fish head was cut off by the sword light, but the entire fish body was still intact. Furthermore, it had life and death Dao marks. This special rule path Dao mark was very rare in the world. Thus, it was even more valuable. This life and death Kunpeng is probably my biggest gain this time. After keeping the life and death Kunpeng in his immortal aperture, Feng Yuan sighed to himself. At this time, the blood in falling heavenly river was boiling. Large numbers of fierce beasts and even some immemorial level water plants. They were all fighting over these broken corpses and limbs. Feng Yuan did not have enough battle strength. He could only rely on his sharp eyes and quick hands to collect the immortal materials that floated out of the river. But from time to time, some immortal materials floated out. Most of these immortal materials were collected by Feng Yuan. Some were intimidated by the ferocious beasts in the water. Feng Yuan wisely did not fight with these beasts for food. Gradually, the situation under the river was in chaos. These severed limbs and minced meat were also excellent food for these creatures. As their food dwindled, they started to fight and kill each other. Sometimes, the corpses of some dead ancient desolate beasts would float out of the river. Feng Yuan took the chance to take advantage of them. He really made a fortune. As time passed, Feng Yuan's gains became lesser and lesser. The risk of picking up immortal materials also became higher. He was hesitant. On one hand, he wanted to stop and leave. On the other hand, he wanted to explore the river. After all, the second line of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's poem seemed to be referring to immortal zombie Bo Qing. But all of this was just his guess. He was not too sure. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again. Her voice was lonely, a hero in dire straits. Life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river rumbles. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? Things change and hearts change, only providence is boundless. As the song faded, a second mysterious message appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked, bright light shined in his eyes. So what if I take a risk? As long as I obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu, even if I cannot display its true power, I can still obtain a quasi-immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was very decisive. He immediately left this area of the river and dove into the river far away. Because the sword lights had swept through the area, and because almost all of the fierce life forms were fighting in that river, Fang Yuan's diving was very smooth. In fact, he even picked up many natural immortal materials, like snow mud, refractory water, Qilin ice, and so on. Arriving at the place where the mysterious message pointed him, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Mo Yao's fake will was furious at first, but it was soon weakened by Fang Yuan's methods. It was defenseless and could only let Fang Yuan do whatever he wanted. There seems to be providence in it. Mo Yao, your fake will cause me to collapse 88-point Jinyang Tower. I will take it back today. Mo Yao's fake will was restrained by Fang Yuan. It slowly dissipated as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a pillar of light appeared, an unparalleled sword qi soared into the sky. Fang Yuan almost retreated in shock, but the sword qi did not affect him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle to him. In the pillar of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, his eyes fixed on Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still shut. This meant that Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the zombie body was still in a daze. This remnant soul had only sensed a familiar aura, and was lured by Fang Yuan's method, appearing earlier. His whole body was shrouded in sword light. Fang Yuan could only get 3 steps closer. This distance was already the limit. If he got any closer, Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal himself. After all, he was only relying on Mo Yao's remnant fake will from back then. And this fake will had already been weakened by Fang Yuan many times. Basically, I cannot use any other methods now. I can only use Mo Yao's will to disguise my aura and lure the immortal Gu out of immortal zombie Bo Qing's body. Fang Yuan was very careful, afraid that he would wake the other party up if he made any big movements. Actually, the most effective method was to take away all of immortal zombie Bo Qing's rank 8 immortal essence. That way, no matter how many immortal Gu he had, no matter how powerful they would have no origin. However, there was also the possibility of special existences like Dream Wing's immortal Gu. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had been dead for a long time. His immortal aperture's dead land had already dissipated. If not for the dense sword light surrounding his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality did not go as Fang Yuan wished. The dense sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. If it offended him, he would be struck by the destructive sword light. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan acted according to the method. He soon obtained an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, one could see a dense jade green light inside. As it got closer, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although he did not know what immortal Gu this was or what use it had, the strong aura of the immortal Gu told him that this was a rank 7 immortal Gu. What kind of person was Bo Qing back then? Even in history, he had the highest battle strength below Venerable. Chapter 1002. This immortal Gu was only the size of an adult's index finger. It was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like Sword Eyebrow's immortal Gu? Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Kim Hong. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal Gu Jian Mei. It was not an offensive Gu but used for sword path cultivation. When a Gu Immortal uses it, it can transform the Gu Immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword Dao mark. Dao marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal goo. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me, it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fang Yuan also used Mo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue, translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fang Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fang Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad. But when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fang Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fang Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8. But he failed. The goo refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword goo to rank 7. The fourth immortal goo. It was the flying sword goo. From the outside, it had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo in battle. He used this goo as the core. Along with other immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo, he created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the fifth immortal goo. It was an immortal goo used for movement, called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Qi Escape Immortal Goo of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a Goo Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Goo Immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Qi Escape Immortal Goo to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core immortal goo of this move was this Sword Escape Immortal Goo. With one move, the enemy's head flew off. Life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 immortal goo, Fang Yuan did not want to end here. He continued to attack the sleeping Bo Qing immortal zombie. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. He had already expended 65% of it. I wonder what immortal goo will be next? Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation and nervousness. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, it would be very disadvantageous to him. But Fang Yuan already knew that the one occupying the corpse was Mo Yao's remnant soul. He had methods to deal with it. With his glib tongue, it was not impossible to deceive the immortal zombie and remnant soul. What he was afraid of was that once immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he would be furious and not give Fang Yuan any time. He would directly kill him. Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to awaken immortal zombie Bo Qing. He would not entrust his life to other people's reactions. This time, he activated the immortal goo, but there was no reaction. This was the longest time in history. More than half an hour had passed, but there were still no clues. Could it be that immortal zombie Bo Qing no longer has any immortal goo? That should not be possible, right? If he only has these immortal goo, how could he activate the sword light that covered the whole of Central Continent and had unparalleled might? After a full 2 hours, there was not much Mo Yao's fake will left in Fang Yuan's hands. He suddenly had a thought. He had set up many investigative mortal goo and goo formations near the shore of falling heavenly river. Suddenly, a large number of mortal goo and goo formations were pulled out one after another. Other goo immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been picking up immortal materials on the river surface. He had been delayed for a long time. Thinking about it, it was not strange for a goo immortal to come now. But if this goo immortal discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the river and approached Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would be in trouble. Fang Yuan was not worried about this goo immortal, but immortal zombie Bo Qing. After all, outsiders did not have Mo Yao's fake will and did not know the situation. What if they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing and let the latter see that Fang Yuan was stealing his immortal goo? The result was obvious. It was very likely that Fang Yuan would not even have time to speak before he was killed by immortal zombie Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will is almost completely used up. I need to leave in time. After all, I need to continue concealing my aura on the way. So I cannot completely use up Mo Yao's fake will in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he directly activated fixed immortal travel, the immortal goo's aura would definitely wake up Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing. He would be courting death. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. The sixth immortal goo finally appeared in front of him after a long time. This immortal goo's appearance was very simple. It was like a bubble. It was fluttering and did not look impressive. But the aura it emitted caused Fang Yuan's eyes to widen involuntarily. This was a rank 8 sword path immortal goo. No wonder it took so long to hook it out. But what immortal goo is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not figure out what this rank 8 immortal goo was. He did not have time to think. He immediately used the previous method, keeping it in his immortal aperture. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were already huge, far exceeding Fang Yuan's expectations. Huge gains, a huge pot full, these were not enough to describe his gains. In comparison, the gains in the Earth Trench inheritance could not even compare to this. Goo immortals who came to explore falling heavenly river. There would be more and more of them. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing, thus, he could not stay here for long. The process of leaving falling heavenly river was very smooth. That goo immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level. He had already digested the shock in his heart. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the fierce beasts in the river. From time to time, there would be top-quality immortal materials. They would float to the surface. Then, they would be swallowed by the surging waves. This goo immortal wanted to snatch these flesh and limbs, but he was hesitant and did not dare to make a move. After all, the best time had passed. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the risk would be huge. Fang Yuan left falling heavenly river far away. His heart relaxed slightly. Just as he was activating fixed immortal travel, his body suddenly shook. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal goo is likely the legendary wisdom sword goo. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with wild joy. This immortal goo was created by Bo Qing. Back then, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he suffered a lot from wisdom path goo immortals. To deal with wisdom path goo immortals, he created wisdom sword immortal goo. This immortal goo is not just a sword path immortal goo, it also contains wisdom path profundities. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately decided that when he subdued these immortal goo in the future, he would choose this goo first. Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level. This gave Fang Yuan a vague realization. As long as he obtained Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and used it, Fang Yuan's gains would not be as simple as a rank 8 Immortal Goo. His Wisdom Path methods would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. There would be a huge qualitative change. After safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another important point. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Goo, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, and Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Unknowingly, my Wisdom Path future seems to have become brighter. With the current situation, Strength path and time path are more helpful to me. But in terms of prospects, wisdom path's prospects are far greater than strength path and time path. These immortal goo that he obtained were all arranged by him. Large numbers of Mo Yao's fake will were created by Fang Yuan and used as consumables to temporarily seal these immortal goo. As long as the will was not asleep and was thinking, it would expend a lot of energy. Back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will relied on happy will immortal goo to strengthen itself. The more it expended, the more it replenished. Even though Fang Yuan did not have happy will immortal goo now, he had other methods. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. Creating Mo Yao's fake will was easy for him. But this required countless mortal goo of different types. Fang Yuan had to spend some time to prepare them. And not long ago in Falling Heavenly River, things happened suddenly. Fang Yuan was pressed for time. He could not create Mo Yao's will. Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this immortal goo cannot be saved. By Qin Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An immortal goo was almost cut in half. It was hanging on by the orange light. Its aura fluctuated. It was very unstable. Lien Jiusheng also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo had already been sentenced to death. Even Lien Jiusheng could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. Any goo immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings. He could use wisdom path to imitate the specialty of other paths. He could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now, Lien Jiusheng could not do anything to this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods. He had a trace of hope. But this method, in Bai Qin Tian's and Lien Jiusheng's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash. His Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise, his injuries would worsen. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Bai Qin Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo. This immortal goo can be saved. Ever since Falling Heavenly River burst out with countless sword lights. They swept through Central Continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness. Like in his previous life, it pierced through Celestial Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back by Qin Tian, Lien Jiusheng, and Baizang Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Baizang Shui went to the bottom of Falling Heavenly River to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lien Jiusheng's eyes shined as he clapped. Pagoda Lord, your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal goo is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal goo. Our Celestial Court has a lot of it. We can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired Fate Gu once, it can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Bai Chen Tian and Lien Jiaosheng looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you, I have had this feeling recently as well. Bai Chen Tian said solemnly, but this feeling only started when I repaired Fate Gu. Lien Jiaosheng also said, so it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now, it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your feeling is stronger than ours. I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal Gu that was being repaired in his hand. Thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal Gu as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal Gu of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Bo Qing died in the tribulation back then. Why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal Gu. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bai Tsang Shui replies, you two need to inform me immediately. Bai Chen Tian and Lien Jiaosheng replied, understood. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's matter continued to spread as time passed. It affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's Gu immortals were focusing their attention on Falling Heavenly River. Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, he was standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed. Because in this world, there were many Soul Path Gu immortals. Soul Path Gu worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a Gu immortal could Soul Path be created and flourished. This Gu immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the founder of the Soul Dao, and he was also the one who brought the Soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among 10 Gu masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate Soul Path. In Soul Path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine Soul Path Gu worms, most needed souls as Gu materials. To refine Soul Path Gu worms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus, in history, he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to Soul Path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter. The world was dark and unstable. The precious guts Gu were easily obtained under Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did the same. Once guts Gu left Dang Hun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac Gu that Fang Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul had grown to its limit. If it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Fang Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie's soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body, the soul would wither. The main reason why Fang Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the guts Gu. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path. Soul path Gu immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies. They can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect. It was completely different from before. But after Fang Yuan asked Tai by Yunsheng to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex. It was like a maze. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Fang Yuan imitated Renzu and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog. It gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades. Fang Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades. Countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Fang Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Fang Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body. He could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luopa wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Fang Yuan was able to safely leave Luopa Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luopa Valley for such a long time back then. Fang Yuan sighed and returned to Dang Hun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Gu. Guts Gu might be a mortal Gu, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Fang Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Fang Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luopa Valley, the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul. Dang Hun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combined together, the soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Lishan obtained Luopa Valley, they went back and forth between Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Fang Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the battle of Yi Tian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. Undeniably, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining graceful chaotic dual stage at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Fang Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Etian Mountain, but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Fang Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border. But he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Etian Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful chaotic dual stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Etian Mountain. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Through Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu Immortal, I can easily sneak into Etian Mountain and secretly refine the Immortal Gu House. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions, and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's refinement of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort Immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort Immortal Gu. He did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling heavenly river and slowly rose. Below his feet, falling heavenly river's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone. Countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, a large number of Gu Immortals lost their lives. Even Celestial Quartz rank 8 Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui was not spared. I lost many Immortal Gu. My battle strength is going to fall. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice. What should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sex Envoy Lon, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child spoke. Next, Song Zixing, Yu Mu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the four of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died. Only Yu Mu Chun was left. He could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the four immortals led by Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui has already died. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go! The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time, Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation Immortal Killer move had yet to dissipate. The two Gu Immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu Masters and Gu Immortals were still confused. Fight. A super battle of rank 8s erupted, Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. Success! Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days, he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will as well as poison path Immortal Gu woman's heart and wisdom path Immortal Gu unravel mystery to refine Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. Chapter 1005. Southern Border, Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed, his hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, the joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short, his two nostrils were facing outwards, the nose hairs inside were also very thick, as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance, it was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Yitian Mountain at this time. But after Fang Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Fang Yuan replaced him and came to Yitian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin layer of fog. Yitian Mountain was still very quiet, birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan disguised his identity and joined Yitian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely. Even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Fang Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Xiao Shan had just been exiled by Xiao clan, he, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Pang who had created Yitian village not long ago. Fang Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Yitian village through the gaps of the lush forest. Yitian village was still under construction, it had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which Gu Immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human, he seems to have hairy man bloodline. This bastard, I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? Far away, the southern border Gu Immortals discussed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked calmly, he was confident and calm. In his previous life, he used familiar face. These southern border Gu Immortals could not see through it. In this life, he had used the Immortal Killer move that used Attitude Gu as the core, familiar face. If this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Yitian village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic Gu master. But the person Fang Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 Gu master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic Gu master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Fang Yuan's voice was too loud. "Alright, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 Gu master picked his ears and left. Fang Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people. He took big steps. In just 3 steps, he had caught up to the former. The demonic Gu master was unhappy. He stretched out his hand and pulled Fang Yuan back. "Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Etion village, you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come first serve. My position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Fang Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. "We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future, we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine gu." Xiao Shan pointed at a place, instructing the Gu master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now, another hero has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to look. He saw Fang Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated. He was slightly disappointed. But at the same time, he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. "Such a strong man." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. "You are Hero Xiao? I am here to join you. You have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path." Saying so, Fang Yuan gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up, saying, "Just based on this, I am convinced I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Xiao Shan saw that Fang Yuan was so boorish, he felt even more disappointed. But on the surface, he did not show it. He praised Fang Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Fang Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Sha, what is his origin?" "I'm not sure." Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling. "Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please. How can such a minor character enter your eyes?" "I happen to know this person. His father is human, his mother is hairy man. He was born as a slave who mined sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end, he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a Gu master. Later, he occupied a part of the river with a water path Gu master. They became known as the White Sand Generals. Later, they were defeated by Tai clan Gu masters. White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped. His whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Etion village. So that's it. I remember now, there was indeed news of the White Sand Generals attacking Tai clan's merchant ship." Xiao Shan nodded. His expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai clan's merchant ship. This showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline. Xiao Shan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feather men, and snowmen were all slaves of humans. How could human Gu masters treat them equally? If Fang Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiao Shan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Fang Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Fang Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary Gu masters. But in this Etion village, it was not eye-catching. Thus, Xiao Shan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was working at the construction site. "Right now, I have already joined Etion Mountain. I was sent here by Xiao Shan to build Etion village. This shows that this person does not care about me." And the next tribulation was approaching. He had no hope, but with the appearance of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu Immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, In this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Xiaoshan, became the first Gu master to ascend Tian Mountain. Xiao clan's first supreme elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the immortal Gu house. I must succeed in this contest for the immortal Gu house. I cannot fail. If I do not have the immortal Gu house, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Gu house will be mine. Xiao clan's supreme elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear. The biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Tian Mountain early. I hope Xiaoshan will not disappoint me. Xiao clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Xiao clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Xiaoshan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Xiao clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shentong arrived near Tian Mountain. Everyone, this time, I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Tian Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shentong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu clan's clans. Wu Shentong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Tian Mountain, the strongest person is Xiao clan's original leader, Xiaoshan. Below him are Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shentong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shentong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shentong would never understand the truth of Tian Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty. They were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death? Wu Shentong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shentong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Tian Mountain. At this time, Tian village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic. They were used to fighting alone, even though Xiaoshan and the others tried to organize them. They did not see any results in the short term. Xiaoshan was extremely anxious, thinking, Tian village has just been built. There is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Time passed, the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss. She was not resigned to it. Old man Yu Xia raised the stakes at the last minute. Why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang Clan's Gu Immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Yitian Mountain, Wu Clan sent Gu Masters to attack Yitian Mountain again. At the same time, Shang Clan's two newly advanced elders, Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Yitian Mountain. Both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian village. These two Gu masters were not simple, they were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu master world. Yitian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. However, it was difficult for Hong Fei Yu to fight against two flying masters of the demonic Dao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Fei Yu, Shang Clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yanfei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang alone, finally stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King went up Yitian Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked an enslavement path expert like Wu Shentong. They had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between righteous and demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the Southern Border Gu Immortals schemed and schemed. It was something that mortal Gu masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yanfei's capable general. He had once taken care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing in Shang Clan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress. While Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, it could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. His original plan was to collect the immortal Gu house and leave in a carefree manner. But now, time had already dragged on. When would it end? What's the big deal? Thinking of this, old man Yen Shi faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Wuxia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Wuxia's mind. Wuxia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued. Remember, you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited. I will only teach you 1 immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of dream path in the current 5 regions. It is at the forefront of the current era. Even those celestial court Gu immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Gu immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms. You need to practice it then. Southern border, Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook. He opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around. There were many injured people on the beds, chatting. Some healing Gu masters were moving around the injured, some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the seventh righteous and demonic confrontation, Yitian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus, there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own. But a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path Gu masters avoided. However, Fang Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured. He also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these mortal Gu masters on Yitian Mountain. This was the best place that Fang Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal Gu house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Fang Yuan, who was a Gu immortal. As for lone immortals like old man Wuxia, his beloved disciple Lu Xuanfeng was trapped on Yitian Mountain. How could he easily make a move? More and more Gu worms fell into Fang Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage was revealed in Fang Yuan's mind. So this immortal Gu house is a time path immortal Gu house. It can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world, and then use it. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth, what an ingenious idea. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness. It lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lien Jiusheng realized at once. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic duel stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Gu immortals and 1 immortal Gu house Heaven overseeing tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move. Let them be busy for a while. Even though the southern border Gu immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? That person did not stay down there and wanted to come out. He has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear. He had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan and could not move. It did not appear. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, They were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Bo Qing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life, he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life, there was a difference. Envoy Blue, 7-star child Immortal Zombie was not dead. Together with him, Yumu Chun, and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Bo Qing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Bo Qing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Etion Mountain. He quickly gathered Gu Immortals and even brought out Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded. Let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky. A huge immortal Gu house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used. He had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal Gu house flew to the sky and crashed towards Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth to think that at the crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Gu Immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Fang Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge immortal Gu house pouncing towards him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling. He was about to succeed. He only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger. He could not hold on for much longer. But now, he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him. Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the immortal Gu house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal Gu house, would be sliced off by Bo Qing's sword light before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage rise. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. He stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Etion Mountain instantly collapsed. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path Gu worm. It burst out with an intense formless force. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. He waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal. This was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into Gu worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Etion Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, creating loud noises. Graceful chaotic dual stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations. It charged down without a care. Right now, Etion Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic path Gu masters on Etion Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light. The situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic dual stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal Gu house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal Gu house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City, it was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal Gu house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two immortal Gu houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of qi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of Gu masters were mixed in. The two immortal Gu houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic dual stage's momentum, this iron fortress immortal Gu house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress immortal Gu house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic dual stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic dual stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal Gu houses appeared one after another. These two immortal Gu houses were small, one was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal Gu houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal Gu houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal Gu house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal Gu houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong. But the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic dual stage's power. The immortal Gu house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal Gu houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, The dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Gue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now, he is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes. Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiao asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect, it is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, we will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The celestial court's Gu immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the celestial court's Gu immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the celestial court's Gu immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow Sect. Good, the celestial court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal Gu houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal Gu houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal Gu houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one, what were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought. The Battle of Tian Mountain was a deep pond. But he did not expect. This was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, 7 immortal Gu houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal Gu houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe, and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal Gu houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless Gu worms as they fell. Not a single Gu worm survived. The corpses of these Gu worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was from the outside. These dead Gu worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The 3 immortal Gu houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal Gu houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage suffered the least damage. Did the celestial court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic dual stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the 3 immortal goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Wuxia had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Haha, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the celestial court, come! Come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border goo immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless goo worms, both immortal goo and mortal goo, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals as goo materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty goo immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine goo. Even Fang Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more goo worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court goo immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the two suspects and surrounded them. Wait, how can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Qin Tian was furious. He tried to explain, to join Celestial Court, we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years. When has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Qin Tian had a sincere expression. He could not conceal his anxiety. Haha, Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, "It's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court?" Lian Jiusheng, Bai Qin Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiusheng or him? The Celestial Court goo immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world, there has never been a Lien Jiusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 immortal goo house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lien Jiusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lien Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Bai Sheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, it was no small matter. But thankfully, this was the interior of the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven overseeing tower lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lien Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lien Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Goo Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Goo Immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star child Immortal Zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, that's right, we have Wuxia. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless. You are talking about me. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu Chun nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly, you cannot make any mistakes. Wuxia took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, and Feng Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Feng Yuan. Her eyes were like pools of water, she had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time, he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Feng Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dreams several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Wuxia cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Feng Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the Immortal Goo House and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. 7-star child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. Wuxia hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an immortal goo house, I cannot defend against it, it hits me every time. Feng Yuan's expression was not any better than 7-star child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and remote antiquity era, the overall strength of the human goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case, they were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many superforces Immortal goo houses also added dream path goo worms. They were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic dual stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious goo immortal of the past. It was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia shouted, ethereal extreme path. How is it? The immortal's gazes were gathered on Wuxia's face. Wuxia nodded with certainty. He went in. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic dual stage again. But graceful chaotic dual stage was extremely dangerous. It actually dodged again. What's going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? 7-star child frowned. He went in. No, he came out again. Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment, we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic dual stage could not be controlled by anyone. This gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic dual stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunxing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunxing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunxing controlled the immortal goo house as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's immortals had grim expressions. They frowned deeply. Amazing! The Celestial Court's goo immortals smiled. They had also used the delaying tactic. It was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move. We might be able to defeat the other party. Ha! Bai Chen Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze. He spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed. Even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, even a goo immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 goo venerables, which one can obtain immortality. Revere heaven and earth. Follow the will of providence. That is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Lu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap, clap, clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal goo houses inside the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven Overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the Immortal Goo House to dodge. Heaven Overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Goo, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven Overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other immortal goo houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the immortal goo house and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other celestial court goo immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now, we need to share more of the pressure, otherwise the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal goo houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's goo immortals revealed a resolute aura. They had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence, this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal goo house. Even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Its specialty was to capture, raise, and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate. No target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by rank 9 Immortal Goo Fate. It could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the immortal goo house that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power mortal goo. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven Fragment world. They had a vast amount of wish power mortal goo. Even though the Immortal Killer Move Heaven's wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not, but Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history. They naturally had some. At this moment, the wish power mortal goo in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish power goo was a one-time expenditure goo. With the support of wish power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the Relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation, in just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is about to collapse. Hey Lulan cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation, if she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage. Absorb it. At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks. Starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal goo house could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods. It could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly. It involved a huge amount of the goo immortal's mind. Fang Yuan could not understand the situation of the immortal goo house earlier. He could not be distracted and control the immortal goo house to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai by Yunxing and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's special ability. Chapter 10:15. Under Fang Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage burst out with dazzling red light again. The red light was dozens of feet long, burning like a blazing flame. A mysterious power spread within the fire. Any Vajra tribulation pearl that landed on the immortal goo house was swept away by the red light and sealed inside. With the rank 9 immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, graceful chaotic dual stage could unleash its greatest strength. Crack, crack, crack. The entire immortal goo house shook intensely, cracking noises could be heard. Absorbing the relic Vajra tribulation was still very difficult. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But in the end, Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him and sealed inside graceful chaotic dual stage. But Fang Yuan also paid a huge price for this. After fighting for so long, I did not even use 30% of the Giant Sun's immortal essence that I used. After absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, Giant Sun's immortal essence was completely expended. Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended rapidly, causing Fang Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But now was not the time to feel heartache. He used another handful of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was full of power. Not only was it unscathed in the Grand Tribulation, it even absorbed a lot of Vajra pearls, increasing its strength by a lot. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Not only did it have shocking defense, it also had Fate Immortal Goo guarding it. It had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. And Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage also displayed extraordinary power under the support of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Displaying the profundities of time path, its strength increased instead of decreasing. After this wave of grand tribulation, only Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the most severe damage. Even if they lost a huge number of wish power mortal goo, they could not compare to Fang Yuan and Celestial Court. Relic Vajra Tribulation. It lasted for half an incense stick's time before coming to an abrupt end. The 3 goo immortals had no time to rest. The second wave of tribulations descended. Rings of light lit up in the sky, and countless giant deer galloped out of the rings of light. Each of these deer was the size of an elephant, and their bodies were translucent, seemingly made of white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast Heaven Fate Light Deer. This was a calamity formed by a primordial desolate beast. Each immemorial desolate beast could battle rank 8 goo immortals. There were a total of 22 light deer that had pounced down. That was to say, they had 22 rank 8 battle strength experts. Without a doubt, even on these deer of light. Without any wild immortal goo, this wave of grand tribulation was much more terrifying than the first wave. The deer herd galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless array. Instantly, the expressions of the Shadow Sect immortals changed. The 10 terminal formation quickly opened up and let half of the deer herd in. The Destiny Luminous deer has 9 colors, corresponding to the primordial 9 heavens. These light deer are all white light deer. It seems like they live in the daytime. The Destiny Radiant deer originally had a gentle temperament. There are often wonderful legends of carrying people into the sky. I didn't expect that under the influence of Providence, these light deer are full of fighting spirit and madness. Even though the Celestial Court's goo immortals did not want to get involved, they were involved and could not avoid it. He was also affected. Fang Yuan controlled the graceful chaotic dual stage, retreating as he fought. These light deer were living beings. He could not use an immortal goo house to seal them. Graceful chaotic dual stage could seal attacks. They were all objects of earth, water, wind, and fire. Using the profundity of time path, graceful chaotic dual stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier. He used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the Celestial Court's situation was the best, followed by Fang Yuan. The Shadow Sect, however, had the heaviest pressure. They were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like 5-finger fist heart sword. Their power was unstoppable. It made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny light deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal goo were of no use. Even though Bo Qing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin by Sheng and Bo Qing would have completely different effects. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the Shadow Sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin. The 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide, they could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point. Charge out. Feng Yuan shouted. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls. They crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity. He added fuel to the fire. Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also had grim expressions. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was completed without regrets. Whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way. We can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious. Many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect Immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated. Figures after figures flashed out of the 10 Extreme formation. Each raindrop was only half an inch long. They were extremely sharp and had the power to pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation Absolute Piercing Rain. The 10 Extreme formation was heavily damaged again. The dense dark clouds that were still rumbling earlier seemed to have been hit by a heavy stick. They could not even raise their heads. Feng Yuan used the same trick again, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb the Grand Tribulation Arrow Rain. But this time, he could clearly sense that the difficulty of dealing with it was much higher than before. After enduring for a while, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was pierced in many places. A large number of goo worms were sacrificed. If this continues, this immortal goo house will only last for 15 minutes. He Lulan shouted, looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also did not have a good solution. Even though he was already using his full strength, allowing Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb many attacks, he still could not protect himself. And the arrow rain that he was dealing with was only 10% of the total. Most of the arrow rain was blocked by Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, one could see how terrifying the Grand Tribulation was. With such a life-threatening danger, the days of rank 8 Gu Immortals would not be easy. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation ended. Sacred Feather City and Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage broke apart. The remaining goo worms were collected by their respective Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in wounds. Not only were they several times deeper than before, even a corner of the tower had completely collapsed. Everything is over. The final victor can only be my celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord raised his head and laughed, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. It could not be dodged or blocked. Fang Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River, but Fang Yuan knew that Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were both in his hands. Fang Yuan made a bold guess. The final third round, Reverse Flow River, was probably not a road of death. Without these three obstacles, after a person dies, their soul can easily return to the world of the living, right? From this point, it was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul could return to the world of the living. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, or what the truth was, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death, reappearing in the world of the living. So all of this was really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangement. No wonder Shadow Sect was so mysterious and powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were not afraid of death. Did they already grasp the method to revive the soul? But what is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable trying to do? The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was protected by Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals using all sorts of methods. Disregarding all sacrifices, what is it trying to refine? Fang Yuan's suspicions arose again, like the dense dark clouds above his head. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you finally could not endure it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sighed deeply. Back when he was in Celestial Court, he had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to deduce Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity. That pair of eyes in the darkness, filled with killing intent, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. After knowing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trying to defy heaven and revive, to escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to launch a thunderous attack and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, forcing him back into Obsession Death Realm and protecting Providence and Fate. Because these two paths to Obsession Death Realm were personally created by Fate Immortal Gu back then. Life and death were all living beings. It was the greatest fairness in this world. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revived, it would no doubt be unfair. Breaking fate was the greatest defiance against fate and providence. Fate Immortal Gu might not be able to recover any further because of this. They had to punish Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before he revived. If this Demon Venerable with the heaviest killing nature in history was allowed to revive, he would definitely cause a huge massacre. The world would descend into chaos. Not to mention restoring their former glory, Celestial Court's side might not even be able to protect themselves. Thus, in this battle of Tian Mountain, Celestial Court's side disregarded the price and activated the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, carrying the main force of Celestial Court and attacking with unwavering determination. Spectral Soul, rank 9 Demon Venerable, what is there to fear? He is already dead. His soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years. He is no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many Soul Path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a rank 9 existence. Even these rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 Extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Chen Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's Immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move, leads soul into dream. Wuxia used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Wuxia, and at this moment he obtained extremely good results. Even a rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Wuxia alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position, But soon he succeeded. As long as Wuxia set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary tower lords would rise or fall together, they would fall into his trap. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one immortal Gu house? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second immortal Gu house. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu house. Even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But it was only a damaged object, it was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves? Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact, 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air, they were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu house, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that primordial origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, star constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then, after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu immortals sneered. Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxia Mountain. Night fell, it was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxia Mountain, over 10 Gu master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end, there were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Haha. A young man laughed loudly, his eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu master step by step. The other old Gu master was heavily injured, he could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu master, looking down at him with a cold gaze, without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu master's gaze had no fear, instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu master growled, "Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather, you were brought up by me, I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you?" Facing the old Gu master's intense questioning, the young Gu master's eyelids drooped, he laughed lightly. Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy. Unhappy? That's right, saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young, we have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this? The old Gu master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding, "How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind. I nurtured you for so many years. I actually wanted to hand the village to you?" Towards the end, the old Gu master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. The young Gu master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff! With a soft sound, the old Gu master was cut into two, blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Very soon, laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time, his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly, he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. The thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. But he felt that the air was so damn fresh. Even though I am sad, is this freedom? If I knew this, I would have killed them long ago. These noisy things should have been killed long ago. In the future, if I don't like them, I will kill them all. The young Gu master shouted loudly in the rain. His excitement was written all over his face. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the young Gu master's joyful face. 100,000 years later, thunder rumbled, lightning dragons flashed, lighting up the young Gu master's face as well. But at this time, he had already changed beyond recognition. He had turned into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, rumbling enough. Spectral soul roared. Close to 1,000 arms exerted strength, demonic chi rumbled and filled the sky, tearing apart the tornado wind pillar that was coiling around him. His voice resounded in the sky. Overwhelming wind and thunder amidst this roar, the lightning completely dissipated. The clouds dispersed, the myriad tribulation wind lightning cage was broken by spectral soul. Even the myriad tribulation could not do anything to him. The might of a demon venerable was actually this strong. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and the rest of the celestial court Gu immortals were shocked. Did he succeed? Bo Qing and Wuxia looked back with joy on their faces. But soon, the sky turned dark again, endless gray clouds gathered above Spectral Soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was brewing. Bo Qing and Wuxia's expression sank. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Spectral Soul's 6 eyes showed a contemplative expression. Suddenly he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing them into the dark clouds at his waist. These dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. With Spectral Soul's help, they rumbled intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I don't know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Immortals, work with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned illusory, passing through the encirclement of the ghostly hands and successfully flying out. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned solid, with a loud sound. It crushed the air and smashed onto Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. Immediately, Spectral Soul's head was smashed into the ground. His chin smashed into his collarbone. Spectral Soul shouted angrily. 100 arms grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6th Celestial Court rank 8 Gu Immortals beside him were in charge of this. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's counterattack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it needed to be activated. It was not easy, it needed to expend a lot of thought and energy. It was similar to graceful chaotic dual stages' method of absorbing external attacks. The 6th Celestial Court Gu Immortals turned phantom twice. They were already gasping for breath from exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It floated above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick pitch-black arms. They seemed to have shrunk greatly, becoming thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed intensely. The spreading dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this scene, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Cut off these arms." Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a shuttle. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would all be cut off. Wuxia, quickly deal with the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was simply too easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. "Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first." Saying so, he activated the rank 8 Immortal Killer move, leads Soul into Dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, the sound of a zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used a dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither sound reverberated. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth and sang. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom Transformation. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's claw attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They entered the 10 extreme formation again. Heaven Overseeing Tower wanted to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not escape from its phantom state. "Haha, this time, why don't you try breaking free?" Wuxia placed his hands on his waist, laughing smugly. "Fang Yuan." "Hey Lulan Tai by Yunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber. He could not be woken up no matter what. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan Tai by Yunxing, but suddenly, an extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restrained them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. Why are they not under control? Soon, the two were shocked again. They saw that after He Lulan Tai by Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom. They could move freely. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing was surprised and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed the sleeping Fang Yuan and retreated. What made them even more happy was that the 10 extreme formation produced a mysterious ball. The force that was restraining the surroundings vanished. If Fang Yuan woke up, He would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Feng Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Goo, but he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Goo Immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions, and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued. The clan leader's words were echoed by many elders and elite Goo masters. They raised their arms and shouted, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." Whoosh. With a soft sound, fresh blood splattered. The boy quickly turned around, but at the next moment, his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that his father had already moved past him. His face was red, he gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with tears. The intense emotions in his heart could not be suppressed. The sharp blade in his hand was already deeply stabbed into his beloved wife's heart. The boy opened his mouth, wanting to call out. But he did not make any sound. From that day on, he became a man of few words. Evidently, this boy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of the myriad tribulation gray memory, the shadow of his childhood. It was no longer hidden in the person's heart, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog changed, another scene appeared. It was about a few years later. The boy had already grown up, he stood cautiously in front of his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather drank a mouthful of tea as he asked slowly, "I asked you to read our clan's history books, did you gain anything these days? Come, tell Grandpa." "Grandpa." The boy first bowed before saying, "I have gained a lot these days. I have gained some insights." "Tell me about it." The old man said with some interest. "Looking at history, I found that there is one great principle in this world, that is, kill." The boy said calmly. The old man frowned, his tone was slightly heavy. "Explain it to Grandpa." The boy continued, "We are hungry. We need food to fill our stomachs, we need to kill prey to fill our stomachs. We have enemies, we need to kill them and remove the threat. The world is at peace. We need to kill our benefactors and gain control." The boy spoke calmly, but did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued, "Looking at history, it was you who killed me. I killed you. What is a hero? It is killing many, many enemies. What is a loser? It is not being able to kill the enemy and getting killed." Actually, even though it is just a word, there is a lot of knowledge behind it. How to kill? Do you use Goo worms or hire Goo masters to do it for you? Sometimes. You cannot kill openly. If you do it openly, you will attract huge trouble, so you choose to assassinate. There are many differences in assassinations, for example. "Enough!" The old man shouted angrily, and in his anger, he smashed the cup in his hand on the ground. The shards landed on the boy's face, causing a wound and blood to slowly flow down. The old man jumped and stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting angrily, "I let you read the history books, it was to let you admire the achievements of our clan's predecessors and learn about our clan's glorious history. It was to let you understand propriety, justice, honor, and shame, and let you know the glory of the righteous path. You actually comprehended the word kill? What kind of evil logic is this? You are grounded for a month. Stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes." "Yes, Grandpa." The boy accepted the order. His tone was soft, but his eyes shone with stubbornness. In the gray fog, the scene changed again. A few years later, the boy had become a rank 1 Goo master. Today I finally refined the aura concealment Goo and hid in the study room, giving Grandpa a huge shock. The young man sneaked into the study room. Wrong. I am only a rank 1 Goo master, but Grandpa is a rank 4. It is easy for him to find me. Why don't I hide behind the secret door, in the secret passage, and then come out to scare Grandpa? The young man changed his mind, opening the secret door and hiding inside. Not long after, he heard noises. He did not dare to open the secret door, and could only listen. Two people entered the study room. His grandpa's footsteps were heavy and hurried. He was clearly furious. This unfilial son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his own father. The old clan leader was furious, slamming the table with a loud sound. Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Clan leader, the news of you obtaining an 80-year lifespan goo has already been leaked. Young clan leader's murderous intentions are without a doubt. A hoarse voice sounded. The young man immediately recognized this was a clan elder, the clan leader's trusted aide. This unfilial son wants to seize power from me. Do you think it is possible? The clan leader shouted. Lord Clan Leader, young clan leader has many higher-ups around him. Only to hear the hoarse voice speak again. After a moment of silence, the young man's grandpa's voice sounded. This unfilial son's forces cannot be underestimated. If we openly kill him, not only will it damage the righteous path's reputation, it will also cause internal strife in the clan and deplete the clan's strength. Then we should prepare well, strike first, and find a chance to secretly assassinate him. A dead man's lamp goes out. As long as we kill this unfilial son, the other clan elders will naturally leave. Clan leader is wise. In the secret passage behind the secret door, the young man tightly covered his mouth, his whole body trembling. The beastman Gu Immortal stopped. He sized up Spectral Soul. His tone was full of praise. You're not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I have done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed. Others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all. I know it clearly when I eat it. Then is my flesh tasty? Spectral Soul asked plainly. The beastman Gu Immortal frowned, recalling, to speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans, I had to run around in a world of ice and snow, I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. I have been trapped here. I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans, as well as the greasy intestines. I love them the most. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the beastman Gu Immortal grabbed. He broke open Spectral Soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The beastman Gu Immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul, he slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral Soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the beastman Gu Immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then, you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The beastman Gu Immortal's movements froze. He became furious. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing Spectral Soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The beast-man Gu Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change. He became interested in it. The beast-man Gu Immortal felt this gaze. His expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs. You find it interesting? The beast-man Gu Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat, we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables, we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water, we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus, your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Furthermore, we have been communicating. I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an Immortal Gu recipe that can refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. Purple nodded. That's right. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of emotion, even though this Gu cannot rival rank 9 Love Gu. In fact, we only need to cut the Love Dao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration. He will think that he created this brand new Immortal Gu recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut. He will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Mo Yao will still have the threads of emotion on her. We can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. Haha, as expected of Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu in the future. Then after that, Green, did he deceive my feelings or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul fluctuated intensely. She was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era, there are countless lifespan Gu. Green slightly raised her head. Her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence, Green said solemnly. Haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist. What do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green. From Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Mo Yao? Green laughed coldly. That foolish woman, she is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. She is trying to draw the grand tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Imo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that change soul immortal goo and that immortal killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there, you can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused immortal zombie Bo Qing's body to shake intensely. In Wuxia sensed something amiss, he quickly said, Don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent like steel, his fists were clenched tightly, his muscles were tense and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sex, 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial blue heaven fragment to research Providence. He has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly. Even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using goo worms, he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain, there were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains. This was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any goo worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A goo master's body was not modified by goo worms like black boar goo or white boar goo. It was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Dao marks, a goo master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal goo sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Dao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Dao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie, he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state, he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked. He was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running, it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using goo worms. Quickly and quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared, his vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately, he calmed down, his breathing slowed down. It was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other goo immortals. They fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters. It was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit. He continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder. A few times, he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often, he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the hole, as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb. It felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. Us, master? Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Wuxia raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Towards monsters that far surpassed common sense, people would panic, they would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade. But suddenly he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. No, at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the Sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Fang Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years, he definitely has a backup plan. Wuxia is his split soul, he is currently using my body, his whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead, Shadow Sect is in ruins, how much foundation does this hidden super force have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan thought of many things, thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven fusing with a large fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven. Yellow Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens was at the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. As long as the Gu Immortal used Connecting Heaven Gu, in their perception, Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan activated the Divine Sense Gu, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, Chapter 1036. After relocating Hu Immortal and Star Form Blessed Lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory, he first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Wuxia dealt with it, Fang Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Wuxia's identities had been swapped. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about three things. First, the goo worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, Land Spirit of Xianxia, Spirit Affinity House, Crane Gate, and others. Fang Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other goo worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Wuxia will do? The hope of me retrieving these goo worms is already minuscule. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land's resources have already been moved away. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is in the hands of Central Continent's goo immortals, while Star Form Blessed Land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now, only the third thing is left, He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, and others. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan. Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body, in a way, he was blocking trouble for Fang Yuan. Thus, there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing were Fang Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme goo immortal with a great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai by Yunxing, although there were only 2 immortal goo, each was a top-tier goo worm with great use. Fang Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Wuxia to make things difficult for him. After contacting Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Fang Yuan communicated with these 2's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these 2 took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate, would he be able to learn the truth. He could not contact them. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Xianxia. This time, he received a response almost immediately. Good lad, you finally contacted me. Land Spirit of Xianxia was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Fang Yuan had already joined Xianxia sect. When he found Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan's foundation to be so deep. Chapter 1037. Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange immortal goo like dog shit luck. In this situation, exposing spring-autumn cicada was not a big deal. In any case, the Celestial Court's goo immortals already knew about it, which meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent also knew about it. Land spirit of Langya continued. Unfortunately, this spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6. If it was rank 9 spring-autumn cicada, you would definitely have one. Spring-autumn cicada has already fallen into Wuxia's hands. You cannot let it develop. But fortunately, I have many time path methods on my side. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, and I know who has it. It is easy to restrain it. Restrain spring-autumn cicada? Fang Yuan was very interested. To speak the truth, this was his greatest worry. Land spirit of Langya said casually, spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, it is fine if we don't know who has it, but since we know, it is much easier to deal with it. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo, but so what? In this world, there are only invincible goo masters, there are no invincible goo worms. In this world, time path is not number 1, but rather, all the paths are blossoming. But if we use time path methods to restrain it, it will be more effective. Fang Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Land spirit of Langya's words were reasonable. For example, this time he used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth, but was deduced by Shadow Sect and was even used wantonly. This was a classic example of using wisdom path to restrain time path. Spring-autumn cicada was indeed unique, but it was not an invincible existence. Man was the spirit of all living beings, while goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth emphasized balance. Spring-autumn cicada being restrained by other methods was reasonable. Since rebirth, I have always treated spring-autumn cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that there would be a day when I would have to deal with spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sighed. While he was contacting Land Spirit of Langya in Central Continent, Mingtang Valley. This valley that was filled with radiance all year round. It was quite famous in Central Continent. It was jointly controlled by Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus Sect of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. It was a famous sacred land that produced light path goo worms. This treasure land contained extremely dense light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, it would produce light path wild immortal goo. In the depths of Mingtang Valley, there was a demonic path goo immortal. Gong Sun Liang was as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Is someone calling me? He muttered softly. A puzzled expression flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned solemn and dignified. His consciousness entered the immortal aperture. He used a unique information path method to communicate. Sir, you want to borrow my immortal goo? On the other side, deep within the earth abyss, Wuxia replied, yes. Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes completely at this time, not feeling sleepy at all. He was very hesitant, and his eyes kept flickering. He was a demonic path goo immortal. They had been hunted down and suppressed by the righteous path of Zhongzhou state, especially the 10 ancient sections. He fled for his life to the ends of the earth. In a desperate escape filled with danger, he fell into a trap and was on the verge of death. At this time, he was saved by a mysterious person. Not only did Gong Sun Liang survive, under the mysterious person's guidance, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization only had one name, Defy. The members of the organization. They were all numbered and were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained a lot of help from this organization. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1, he is the expert who created the organization, Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow goo from me. Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 sword path goo immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time, Miao Jun's body shook. He received Wuxia's message. Facing Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, Sir contacted me, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. Miao Yu frowned. This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider. Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 goo immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd goo immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Wuxia failed to borrow goo from them using his identity as Sir. Earth Abyss, in a secret room. Wuxia smashed the table in front of him. Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Wuxia gritted his teeth, his gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher, who did not want to go further. Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources. Especially goo immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, goo immortals had to get stronger, otherwise, they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. The essence of the Alliance Agreement is to use information path methods to carve information path Dao marks on each other's bodies and souls. To get rid of the Alliance Agreement, I need to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of the information path Dao marks on He Lulan. With this super goo formation and my goo worms, I can do it. But this way, I will be helping Fang Yuan as well. Wuxia was not willing to do that. In his opinion, the ideal situation was for He Lulan to get rid of the Alliance Agreement, while Fang Yuan would still be restricted by it. This way, he would be able to use He Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan. He would have a huge innate advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to get to the ideal situation. I just need to get rid of the information path Dao marks first. On He Lulan, there would definitely be one or several information path Dao marks. It meant, if one side gets rid of the Alliance Agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. And this type of information path Dao mark would definitely be related to other information path Dao marks. Wuxia only needed to get rid of this information path Alliance Agreement first, then get rid of the other information path Dao marks to get to the ideal situation. In the future, he could use the Alliance Agreement to harm Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Wuxia's brows furrowed deeper. To make an inappropriate analogy, the Alliance Agreement between He Lulan and Fang Yuan was like 2 bombs that were connected to each other. Regardless of which side, if they violated the Alliance Agreement, the bomb would explode and they would be punished severely. Wuxia had the ability to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan now, but the bomb on Fang Yuan would also lose its effect. This was not what Wuxia wanted. But to get to the ideal situation, he needed to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan. Among the countless colored wires, he needed to find the most crucial one or a few and get rid of them. However, to do that it was very difficult. Not only was Ying Wuxia lacking in attainment level, he also did not have the corresponding immortal goo. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so meticulously. Ying Wuxia felt depressed. If this was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He could just ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. Not to mention Spectral Soul's main body. But that was then and this was now. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed, they suffered huge losses, only a few of them were left in the 5 regions. Ying Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and gathered all of the remaining forces, he would not be able to do this. This way, He Lolan's value will be greatly reduced. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, to help my body obtain a life and death immortal aperture and revive? A thought emerged in Ying Wuxia's mind. But after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. The revival of a life and death immortal aperture has a huge hidden danger. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture will self-detonate. I might as well use an ordinary immortal zombie to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking of the life and death immortal aperture, Ying Wuxia naturally thought of sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by several degrees. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they experimented many times and found something wrong with it. Next, they paid a huge price to improve it step by step. Finally, Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of Human Path, Transformation Path, and Heaven Path to create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. But it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, the hairy man slaves were in jewel yellow skies. They had the highest price among all the variant human slaves. Especially for goo refinement experts, they were even more expensive. Secondly, the goo refinement process was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves could die during the process. Thus, even though Fang Yuan added many hairy man slaves, their numbers did not increase in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had once wanted to raise his own hairy men, but he lacked the methods to raise hairy men. This thought ended in failure. But now, Fang Yuan joined Langya sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya Blessed Land? The number was unimaginable. This blessed land might be the largest gathering place of variant human hairy men in the current 5 regions. Lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya sect, Fang Yuan naturally had his own motives. He wanted to use the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land to refine air sac goo for him. The guts goo trade would far surpass Fang Yuan's previous scale. It would rise to an immeasurable level. As long as we have jewel yellow skies, so what if Central Continent suppresses us? The guts goo trade will not face any obstruction. I am really looking forward to it. According to the results of our discussion, even if Langya sect takes half of the profits, I will be able to get 6,000 Immortal Yuan stones every month just from the guts goo trade. Fang Yuan's previous profits, including his other businesses, were only 2,000 Immortal Yuan stones every month. Now that he joined Langya sect, just from the guts goo trade alone, he would be able to get 6,000 Immortal Yuan stones. This was a number that many rank 6 goo immortals could not imagine. Fang Yuan's decision to join Langya sect after rebirth was made after careful consideration. Firstly, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world one day, who could be more reliable than Langya sect? Others coveted Fang Yuan's giant sun true inheritance, but they also coveted Langya Blessed Land. After the land spirit of Langya changed, it wanted to expand the hairy man race. It was Feng Yuan's natural ally. Secondly, Langya blessed land itself was very strong. It had resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, the land spirit of Langya could not lie. Feng Yuan could easily sense it if it had any ulterior motives. Because of these 3 points, Feng Yuan decided to join Langya sect. As expected, on the first night of rebirth, he tasted great benefits. Feng Yuan not only used the land spirit of Langya to help him resolve the crisis, he even used Langya blessed land's foundation to increase his wealth. The week period of rebirth is over. Next, I need to inspect my 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. There were no stars in the night sky, cold winds howled. Instead, there is a unilateral amplification effect. This goes against common knowledge. What is going on? There is one more thing. When Gu masters become immortals, they have vital Gu. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have them. What is going on? The deeper he dug into the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, the more questions Feng Yuan had, the more questions he had. I have used all my methods in last night's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to start with Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Wuxia. But Yitian Mountain has changed too much. It is covered in dream realms. It will definitely be sealed by southern borders Gu immortals and become a forbidden area. And Wuxia is nowhere to be found. Forget it. The urgent matter now is to find southern borders and Xiang. Chapter 1041. Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon, the sun was shining high in the sky, there were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall, it was fat and muscular, its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall. Compared to the large bear, he was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expression did not change. He activated his Gu worm at the critical moment. The movement Gu worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed. It crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, "Thankfully I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive Gu worms, my bones would be fractured." However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly. He shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this young master's sword Chi Gu." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, his index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound from the young boy's finger, a pale white, translucent sword Chi shot out. The sword Chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild Gu. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword Chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then, the sword Chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body, without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive goo. How can my sword chi goo fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild goo on the brown bear? The youngster shouted. Good grandson, this brown bear is something that your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. He's a good opponent. A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword chi goo. But at this moment, it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly. Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword chi goo? It is a piercing attack. Once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come, grandson, catch the goo. Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a goo worm to the youngster. To borrow this goo worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. This is muddy goo, the youngster shouted, recognizing the goo worm in his hand. Although this goo worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy goo, and the goo worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the goo worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp gulp, large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this, quickly activating the muddy goo again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the 3rd time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again, and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. I finally won. The youngster's body was weak. He sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale, and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear? The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply. He continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's Earth Path? The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, Lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be? The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, But I like Sword Path. Sword Chi is so cool and dashing. Earth Path is not worth mentioning, grandfather. Look at my body, it's covered in mud. After one battle, I lost all my elegance. The grandfather heard this and immediately opened his eyes wide, just as he was about to lecture. But right at this time, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell from the front mountain. Both grandfather and grandson were immediately moved. The The youngster jumped up from the ground, looking at the front mountain as he said anxiously, "This is the clan's alarm bell, Gu. The alarm bell is so urgent. What the hell happened? Let's go." The grandfather was even more straightforward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngster's collar, running towards the front of the mountain. The youngster only felt the wind blowing in his ears. The shadows of the trees in front of him quickly moved away from him. He was shocked. This is the true strength of a rank 5 Gu master? After more than 10 breaths of time, the youngster's vision stabilized. His grandfather placed him on the ground. He was in a fog. His speed fell sharply. This made him feel uncomfortable. His stomach was churning intensely. He almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader. Greetings to Lord Clan Leader. The youngster heard the familiar voices of the clan elders. He barely stabilized his body, and was shocked to find that he was already standing on the wall of Ni clan village. The youngster's grandfather was Ni clan leader, a rank 5 Gu master, Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan frowned, asking solemnly, "What happened? Why are we ringing the clan's alarm bell, Gu?" "Clan leader, the situation is urgent, please look." An elder activated the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation, used on Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan's eyes flickered with all sorts of images. At this moment, he had already seen the scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned, showing a doubtful expression. "It is a beast tide." Strange, we had already passed this beast tide a year ago. The scale of the beast groups around the village is not enough to form a beast tide. Yes, we are also curious. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I suggest sending elite Gu masters. We must find out the reason. Let's focus on defense. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. Whether we can defend the village is still a problem. Ni Kuan's expression was steely. The danger was so sudden and so severe. His grandson Ni Jian was even more dazed. It had been a peaceful day earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they were facing the crisis of having their family destroyed. The beast groups are coming with great momentum. This scale has not been seen in decades. Ni clan is facing a crisis of life and death. Activate the 3 layers of defensive Gu formations. Second elder, third elder, you two quickly lead the elites of the 2 halls and control the heavenly fire Gu formation. Sixth elder, you will lead the medicine hall and act as reinforcements. Seventh elder, you will inspect the teleportation Gu formation. Once there is a problem, teleport away all the seeds in the village. Ni Kuan ordered. The elders understood the danger of the situation. They received the order and moved out, showing their vigor. The beast groups were like a raging wave, surging forward. Everywhere they went, dust rose and countless trees in the forest were broken. Young Ni Jian stood on the village wall and saw this scene, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. He had never seen such a ferocious beast tide before. Normally speaking, a beast tide would be a single type of beast, like wolf calamity, tiger calamity, and so on. But this beast tide contained countless wild beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer foxes, snakes, and so on. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not killing each other? They are attacking our village together. Grandfather Ni Kuan muttered. Back when I was cultivating alone to become an immortal, I have the same question as you. Chi Zai sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The reason is a long story. If we get to the root of the matter. As for our Qi family's patriarch, he was one of the sky inspecting 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago. Sky inspecting 5 phases? He was puzzled. The heaven surveying 5 Xiangs were the 5 publicly recognized Gu Immortal experts of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. These 5 experts had rank 8 cultivation level. They stood at the peak of the Gu Immortal world. They often worked together to explore the white sky and the black sky together, and their relationship was very close. Thus, they were collectively known as the Sky Inspecting Five Symbols. Our Qi clan's ancestor. He was one of the five Xiangs, Qi Xiang. And our Qi clan mainly cultivates Qi path. Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Qi he was tongue-tied. Qi Zai side. Without rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Almost every rank 8 Gu Immortal is a legend, their every action has great influence. And back then, Southern Border's Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs were even more famous. They were famous in the other four regions. That was because these five experts had similar interests. They had a close relationship and often worked together to resist enemies. And under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu Immortals were lone wolves. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, when the other four regions' rank 8 Gu Immortals see the Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs, they would take the initiative to avoid them. Back then, because of the five Xiangs, Southern Border's Gu Immortal world suppressed the other four regions. The five Xiangs were unparalleled. But decades later, the Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs fell apart. Saying this, Qi's eyes tone turned gloomy. Why is that? Qi he quickly asked. Qi's eye sighed, continuing, I am not too sure about the specific reason. It is said that back then, when the Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs explored White Heaven, they discovered a huge secret. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one of them could obtain it. Among the five Xiangs, everyone wanted to obtain it, no one was willing to take a step back. But the five Xiangs did not have much of a difference in strength, and because of their past cooperation, the five Xiangs' ancestors made a bet. Bet? That's right. This bet had 1,000 years as the time limit. The terms of the bet were, the five Xiangs had to watch by the side, their descendants' bloodlines would develop on their own. 1,000 years later, the clan with the most new Gu Immortals would be the winner. Qi he calculated the time, 1,000 years had already passed, she quickly asked, then which clan won? Qi's eyes smiled bitterly. 8,000 years later, there were two clans with the same number of new Gu Immortals, they were evenly matched. Qi he felt it deeply, she nodded. Becoming an immortal is very difficult. If not for Grandpa's help, I would have died in the tribulation already. Qi's eye smiled, shaking his head as he looked at Qi he with deep meaning. Actually, Ni clan is the clan with the greatest hope of producing Gu Immortals. But because they have the greatest hope, they were obstructed by the other clans, resulting in their current state. 3,000 years after the bet, Ni clan produced a talented refinement path Gu Immortal, Ni Rin. He was also the last Gu Immortal in Ni clan's history. Before his death, he made plans for the clan's future. He did not hesitate to violate the rules of the bet. He helped Ni clan and carefully selected some immortal Gu to refine into the bloodline of his descendants. His skin was yellow, his eyes were small, and his teeth were uneven. Who is this? Qi's eyes secretly compared it to his memories. He did not recognize this person. Of course, he did not recognize him. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, even against mortal Gu masters who posed no threat. He would disguise himself and change his appearance. Actually, even if Qi's eye was here and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to see through his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used the land spirit of Langia to gather Gu worms. He could use the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face again. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator from Southern Border. Sigh, these are troubled times. Qi's eye sighed to himself. Ever since the duel on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border Gu immortals had died mysteriously. And these dead southern border Gu immortals had occupied territories in southern border when they were alive. They had countless cultivation resources. This way, there was a vacuum of benefits. Many secluded Gu immortals, who were rarely seen, started to show up now. This person has to deal with the desolate beast mud monster. He does not have outstanding battle strength. He is likely a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation Ni Xiang. Even Wu clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals do not know about this. Is he a descendant of the other 3 Gu immortals? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. The bet of the heavens surveying 5 Xiangs that lasted thousands of years, Qi clan was about to win. Just as the deadline was approaching, an unexpected mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This was a huge matter, even more important than the deaths of Qi clan's ancestors. He, Qi Zai, had to get to the bottom of it. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. A basin of cold water splashed onto Gue Fangjing's face. Fangjing, who was unconscious, shuddered as he woke up. Where is this? He opened his eyes, finding that he was in a cage, a prisoner. Beside him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was holding an empty basin. There was still water in the basin. The other was holding a whip, smiling coldly at him. Who are you? Where is this? Fangjing struggled intensely, but his body was tied up. He could not move. Rascal, you are finally awake? You seem quite happy. The hairy man prison guard said as he raised the whip in his hand, whipping down. There was a smacking sound. The whip hit Fangjing's chest. Intense pain assaulted Fangjing's heart. The thin clothing on his chest was torn. A bloody wound was left on his chest. Fangjing took in a deep breath. His face was distorted. He screamed in pain. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression as he whipped again. This whip landed on Fangjing's face, disfiguring his face. Fangjing screamed in pain again. Even though he would not obtain her Gu worms, her immortal aperture would remain, and she would also have a great strength true martial physique body. That way, Fang Yuan would still be shackled by the alliance agreement. When dealing with him in the future, he might be able to make use of it. In Ying Wu Xie's heart, he had already made up his mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Without a doubt. At the next moment, his words would determine He Lolan's life and death. Chapter 1047. Friend ahead, please wait. On the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi Zai called out loudly. Fang Yuan stopped and looked back. After leaving Rotten Mud Mountain, he had deactivated the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Attitude Gu expended a lot of effort to activate. If it was used for a long time, Fang Yuan's mind would be exhausted. Moreover, after Fang Yuan modified vaguely familiar face because it lacked change form Immortal Gu, there were many Gu worms. There were thousands of supplementary mortal Gu. Activating these Gu worms at all times required a lot of focus. Thus, When Qi Zai saw Fang Yuan from afar, he did not think he was the culprit. He was at most a little suspicious. As he got closer, He also saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a white robe. He was untainted by even a speck of dust. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were like stars, his long black hair extended to his waist like a waterfall. Even though he was old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fang Yuan, her eyes brightened as she thought, "This Gu Immortal Senior has such an outstanding bearing. He has the demeanor of an immortal. I have never seen such a person in my life." "Senior, what is the matter?" Fang Yuan had a plain expression as he cupped his fists. He did not use vaguely familiar face. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. But Qi Zai had rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fang Yuan bowed first. It was natural and elegant. If he had his hands behind his back and an arrogant attitude, it was a rare behavior. Qi Zai praised Fang Yuan's elegance in his heart. His expression softened as he said, "I am only here to verify some things." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a mud ball. The mud ball expanded with the wind, quickly turning into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the mudman Ni Jian. Fang Yuan's gaze sank. Ni Jian looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze was puzzled at first, but soon turned into intense hatred. Even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, his intuition told Ni Jian that this young man was the culprit. It's you. You demon, you forced my grandfather to death and slaughtered my entire clan." Ni Jian then turned to Fang Yuan. A head-on collision. Qi Zai became alert. Cold light shot out of his eyes as he sized up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan felt that Qi Zai's gaze was like a needle piercing into his body. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves. Suddenly, white clouds surged out, blocking his vision, and he quickly retreated in the clouds. Gu Immortals have countless methods. It is hard to defend against them. "How did you discover me?" The other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. Without a doubt, this was a powerful enemy. Fang Yuan immediately thought of retreating. "Don't go!" Qi Zai saw this and shouted. His right hand took the shape of an eagle's claw, and he fiercely pulled at the clouds in the sky. What? It was like the sound of a huge wave surging. In the blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky disappeared. Fang Yuan was still retreating. His figure was exposed. Qi Zai opened his mouth, breathing towards Fang Yuan from afar. Fang Yuan immediately felt a huge suction force grabbing onto his body, causing his speed to fall. At this time, the mudman Ni Jian flew over. He was already in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but his expression was indifferent. He was not moved at all. Ni Jian waved his fist. With a loud sound, fist winds blew. The fist was ferocious. It had the aura of breaking mountains and crushing rocks. Ni Jian was originally a rank 2 Gu master, but after he was killed by the beast group, Qi Zai used the mud monster's corpse. He turned into a mudman. His strength rose sharply, reaching desolate beast level. He could fight ordinary rank 6. Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves were amplified by the Dao marks on his body. But his killer moves already included Wind Path, Cloud Path, Dark Path, Strength Path, and many other paths. Qi Zai could not understand. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At the same time, his body burst out with an intense aura. The aura enveloped him and Qi, seeping into every inch of the Qi Grand Lion's skin and flesh. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain. Its eyes were bloodshot as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Qi Zai's immortal killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was shocking. In less than 7 minutes, the Qi Grand Lion caught up to Fang Yuan with the 2 Qi Clan Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qi Zai activated his immortal Gu again, sending out a long Yin Qi rope. Evidently, it was the immortal Gu from earlier. The long Yin Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan, getting closer to him. He did not use any other immortal killer moves, he only used a rank 6 immortal Gu. Is it because his movement killer move contains a lot of Gu worms, he needs to expend a lot of his concentration? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At the crucial moment, he was still calm as ice. He thought about it, showing his deep foundation and battle attainment. When activating an immortal Gu, the Gu worm aura would leak out. And when activating an immortal killer move, the aura would be much more complex and vast. Thus, Qi Zai could easily tell that Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal Gu. It was Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could easily tell that Qi Zai was only using a rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this was common sense, it was not absolute. There were some rare methods that could conceal the immortal Gu's aura and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Gu. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger as the immortal Gu flew out. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was extremely sharp. The long Yin Qi rope was instantly cut into pieces. Qi Zai's heart shook, he was shocked again. Why is it another rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu? Is he really a Sword Path Gu Immortal? Then how do you explain the situation when he used his mortal killer move? Why are his immortal Gu all rank 7? Don't tell me he is a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he is concealing his aura to be rank 6, trying to prey on us. How could Qi Zai know about Fang Yuan's true situation? He was a vigilant person, his thoughts were meticulous, the more he analyzed, the more bewildered he got, he was scaring himself. Chapter 1049. Qi Zai's mind was filled with thoughts, even his expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Gu earlier to destroy the Yin Qi, but it had recovered in the blink of an eye. The jade-green Yin Qi rope shot towards Fang Yuan again. It seemed like it would not rest until it tangled with Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Gu is strong, but it is not good at dealing with enemies that can gather and scatter at will. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when he was dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had the same feeling. Now that he was facing a Qi Path Gu Immortal, this feeling surfaced in his mind again. Of course, this was also because he lacked related killer moves. If he had a Sword Path killer move that could help Flying Sword Gu spread its attacks instead of concentrating on one point, this kind of trouble would be easily solved. Actually, Fang Yuan had already predicted this situation. Thus, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. But he did not expect the enemy to have a movement killer move that could chase after him. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. Earlier, when they were probing each other, he used countless mortal killer moves to gain the upper hand. But now, he used Immortal Gu and Immortal killer moves, he was at a disadvantage now. The enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal after all. His cultivation level was much higher than Fang Yuan's. It was normal for Fang Yuan to be unable to beat him. It was not easy for him to be in this situation. I only have 2 Immortal Gu, while the enemy is rank 7, his cultivation level is higher than mine, and he has more methods than me. If he had an Immortal Battlefield killer move, even with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, it would be hard for me to break through. I cannot stay here for long. Sword Escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu again, flying into the sky. Quite vigilant. Qi Zai snorted coldly. His battle methods were most proficient in expending his opponent's resources. The Yin Qi rope was torn apart. As the aura spread, as time passed, the entire battlefield would lean towards Qi Path. By then, not only would Qi Zai be able to use Immortal Gu faster and stronger, his immortal essence expenditure would also be reduced. There were no disadvantages, it was very good. But Fang Yuan only fought for a while before retreating rapidly. Every time he fired, he moved to a different place. This caused Chi Zai to have no advantage at all. Gu Masters had limited movement speed and were often limited to one place. But Gu Immortals could move freely in and out of the blue. They were very different from Gu Masters. Thus, defeating a Gu Immortal was easy, but to kill the Gu Immortal. But it was very difficult, unless there was an immortal battlefield killer move to trap him. However, this battlefield killer move needed time to set up. When Gu Immortals fought, they could only set up traps in front of others. Their methods had to be concealed. Only then could it be laid successfully. Or like when Fang Yuan dealt with He Cheng, he set up a battlefield killer move in advance. Then he would lure the enemy in. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Chi Zai had an immortal killer move that could teleport rapidly. Fang Yuan slaughtered the entire Ni clan. Chi Zai was in charge of this place. If he let Fang Yuan go like this, it would be hard for Chi Zai to explain himself when he returned. There was a more important reason. Chi Zai was worried that Fang Yuan was a remnant of the other four families. This matter was related to the 1,000-year bet, and the Qi family was already in sight. At this critical moment, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Thus, Chi Zai had to investigate this matter. He had to get to the bottom of it. He could not let this go. After Fang Yuan escaped for a while, he found that Chi Zai had chased after him. How deep is the hatred? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was very depressed. In his previous life's memories, this Ni clan did not have any Gu Immortal seniors. That was why Fang Yuan acted so recklessly. To think that because of this, Gu Immortals would chase after him, one rank 6 and one rank 7, two Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan tried to guess Chi Zai's motive, but it was pointless. Because he knew nothing about the 5 Xiang's bet. He could only fight while retreating. Every time they fought, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Gu to fight for 2 to 3 rounds before using Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The rank 6 Gu Immortal beside him has a strange expression. She seems to have advanced to Gu Immortal not long ago. She calls the rank 7 Gu Immortal Grandpa. They are related by blood. They should be relatives. This rank 6 Gu Immortal should not be a problem. If she could make a move, she would have interfered and trapped me long ago. But during the entire battle, she has been sitting at the back, not doing anything. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information. Chi Zai also gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. This strange guy seems to be a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He actually used 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Chi Zai did not know how to evaluate this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Gu. They had a great desire for them. This person in front of him also did not have a rank 6 Immortal Gu, but he took a huge step forward, directly possessing 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. But you've taken too big a step. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to activate a rank 7 sword Gu. Chi Zai sneered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, now that his cultivation level was 1 rank higher than Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 Immortal Gu. He was not in a hurry. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated, he advanced as he fought, he was cunning and sinister, he was very hard to deal with. Fang Yuan thought, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of Immortal Yuan stones. These were all transported from the land spirit of Langia. My sect contribution points are all used. This person has a good plan. He wants to waste my immortal essence, but I know his scheme, but I can do nothing about it. If he used a rank 6 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's endurance would be much stronger. He would not be in such an awkward situation. With his rank 6 cultivation level, using a rank 7 Immortal Gu was too much of a stretch. Chi Zai Wei could not get rid of him. Fang Yuan could not get rid of him. They were in a deadlock. Both sides fought for over 10 times. In order to maintain the situation, Fang Yuan had to drink poison to quench his thirst. He kept asking for immortal Yuan stones from the land spirit of Langia. Qi He returned to Fang Yuan's appearance, smiling lightly at Qi's eye. Shock, regret, fear, and countless other emotions filled Qi's eye's heart. But it was too late. He fell to the ground with a soft thud. He was dead. Thus, changing his appearance was not instantaneous. He spent a lot of effort. After he successfully transformed into Qi's eye's appearance, he stored Qi's eye's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. The one who killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was riding on. This Qi Grand Lion was originally controlled and enslaved by Qi's eye. But with Qi's eye's death, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was spurred on by Qi's eye. It was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated other paths, she might have had a chance to live. But she was a Qi Path Gu Immortal. She had Qi Path Dao marks on her body. Her aura was overflowing. To the Qi Grand Lion, she was an extremely tempting meal. But the Qi Grand Lion was hungry. After it left its control, it retaliated. Qi He had just advanced. How could she be the Qi Grand Lion's match? After a few rounds, she was killed and swallowed by the Qi Grand Lion. It was a pity that she cultivated bitterly and became an immortal, but before she could enjoy the glory of the Gu immortal world, she died in the mouth of a desolate beast. Fang Yuan caught up to the Qi Grand Lion and used Flying Sword Immortal Gu, piercing its head in a few moves. The silver flying sword Immortal Gu rampaged in the Qi Grand Lion's mind. The Qi Grand Lion fell to the ground from the sky in pain. It let out a pitiful cry before it stopped struggling and died. Such an achievement finally gave Fang Yuan some comfort in his heart. This was the true power of the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or Qi Grand Lions, Flying Sword Immortal Gu would be able to deal huge damage to them if it hit their vital parts. It was not like the desolate beast mud monster. Sigh, this opponent had no weaknesses. It made Fang Yuan feel quite stifled earlier. Other than feeling gratified, Fang Yuan felt even more heartache. This rank 7 Immortal Gu expended too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure increased again. If he did not use Immortal Gu, he could use mortal killer moves to wear it down. However, this would take too long. To prevent any problems, Fang Yuan decided to end the battle quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and found Qi He's corpse. He looked through them. He wanted to find the crucial area below the stomach. That was where the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was. Qi He's old body had already been chewed into pieces by the Qi Grand Lion. It fell into its stomach and was broken down by its stomach acid. Fang Yuan looked around for a while. Suddenly, his gaze shook as he picked out a piece. It was the same as Qi's eye's corpse. It was also placed into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. As mentioned earlier, after killing a Gu Immortal, there were 2 ways to use it. The first was to place the immortal aperture in the 5 regions. To form a blessed land or grotto heaven, then attack the blessed land or grotto heaven, and obtain the cultivation resources inside. The second was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, causing the immortal aperture to self-destruct. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind to benefit the victor. Fang Yuan was using the second method now. After this battle, the number of Qi Path Dao marks on me will increase greatly. It will definitely increase by a lot. From now on, if I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect will surpass other paths. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is also ordinary. But the immortal aperture will benefit. The environment will gradually change. In the future, I will have a lot of benefits in terms of Qi Path cultivation resources. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, concealing his traces. While flying in the clouds, he summarized his gains from this battle. There was no need to think about Immortal Gu. Qi's eye's soul was a hidden fortune. He was still excavating it now. Fang Yuan could not estimate how many Chi Path Dao marks he could gain. But he knew that no matter how many Chi Path Dao marks he gained, it could not compare to his other gain. This was only a discovery. But it truly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. He was pleasantly surprised. He had many doubts and expectations. As it turned out, when he went deep into the 5 regional mountain range, he made a shocking discovery. His brand new body was not affected by the 5 boundary mountain range at all. According to common sense, Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Immortal. His southern border aura permeated everywhere. No matter which region of the 5 regional mountain range he entered, he would be affected. But after Fang Yuan entered, he could move freely without any obstruction. After discovering this, Fang Yuan was shocked before becoming overjoyed. A guess appeared in his mind uncontrollably. This 5 regional mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu to imitate the 5 regional walls. I can move freely here without any obstruction. Could it be that I can move freely through the 5 regional walls? Next, he thought of the pursuers behind him. He quickly showed an expression of being obstructed and having difficulty moving forward. Right now, Fang Yuan killed Qi Zai, and also dealt with the Qi Grand Lion and Qi He. Thinking about it, he felt that his guess was very likely. My brand new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no roots and no source. It was formed from a rank 9 immortal Gu, sovereign immortal fetus. If I look at it as an immortal Gu, it is easy to understand why it can move freely through regional walls. The 5 regional walls were for Gu immortals, not immortal Gu. Back then, when Feng Jioge went deep into northern plains to find the culprit of 88-point Xinyang Tower, when he sent his family letters, he used a rank 6 information path immortal Gu to travel between northern plains and central continent's regional walls with ease. If this guess is true, why would I need to refine fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan flew rapidly towards the nearest regional wall. He was anxious to verify this guess in his mind. Firstly, he could not confirm that fixed immortal travel was really destroyed. But because it was specially set, the first immortal Gu to self-destruct was fixed immortal travel, it was most likely to be destroyed. When Fang Yuan asked Enai Xiang about Ying Wuxia, he wanted to confirm Ying Wuxia's condition. Secondly, if he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel, he would need to move through the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Feng Jioge died, the Celestial Court managed to take it down. Chapter 1051. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxia looked at the collapse in front of him, his expression extremely ugly. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, and the rank 7 variant human Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu immortals. Among them, Shirnu was naturally the strongest, He Lulan second, and Tai by Yunxing third. Ying Wuxia was still an immortal zombie. He only had a few borrowed immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu had not been retrieved yet. His current battle strength was the weakest. He Lulan had already been forced to surrender by Ying Wuxia, breaking away from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan and becoming Ying Wuxia's helper. Shirnu was the most loyal to Ying Wuxia. As for Tai by Yunxing, although he did not know about it, he had never suspected Ying Wuxia. He Lulan and Ying Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, causing him to be kept in the dark. What is going on? Tai by Yunxing looked in front of him, asking in confusion. Shirnu replied, Earth Abyss is not calm. Earth strength surges from time to time, causing tremors. Tremors can sometimes cause super collapses, like what we are seeing now. He Lulan's gaze was peculiar. This kind of collapse is too terrifying. Shirnu nodded. Yes, every collapse in Earth Abyss covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, causing millions, or even tens of millions of lives to die. After the collapse, millions of kilograms of soil and rocks would pile up, combining with the resentment, death aura, and blood essence of the dead. Countless desolate-level blood beasts, bone beasts, and even blood path and earth path immortal Gu would be born. Master, what should we do next? Wuxia stared ahead. After a long while, he slowly let out a breath of turbid air. He felt gloomy, thinking, this route was secretly operated by Shadow Sect. It is the safest and most secretive route to leave Earth Abyss. I was just about to leave Earth Abyss. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Earth Abyss unexpectedly collapsed. And coincidentally, it happened here. It cut off our path forward. Wuxia sneered internally. This is Providence's doing. My main body is defying heaven and refining goo to resist Providence. Providence was severely depleted. But from the looks of it now, I'm afraid Providence has mostly recovered. I still have the spring and autumn cicada with me. There is a lot of Providence in it. Therefore, in Providence's perception, it is like a torch in the darkness. If my investigative skills weren't good enough and I didn't deliberately slow down, I'm afraid I'd be trapped in the landslide now. If they were greedy for the wild immortal goo that were about to form here and did not go, they might be discovered by other goo immortals who came to investigate. Maybe I used the goo formation earlier. The Celestial Court has long been suspicious of the commotion and has begun to search everywhere. Wuxia had received pointers from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's main body's will, so he had a deep understanding of Providence. Providence also had its limits and would be greatly depleted. But because its foundation was the 5 regions, Providence would not be completely destroyed, it could recover very quickly. Feng Yuan was still in the dark about Providence, he knew nothing about it, he could not compare to Wuxia. The reason why Providence is so hard to deal with is because of that bitch star constellation. My body is quite ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel through the 5 regions. After that, I can gather the remnants of Shadow Sect and form a considerable force. After that, I can try to save my main body. Thinking of this, Wuxia naturally thought of Feng Yuan. Deep hatred surged in his heart again. Back when I designed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's recipe, my main body had considered the 5 regional walls.